Yeah. Remember, I even said Macho Dogo. And he was very happy and excited.
Yesterday, but What is the use of having an escort if it's a source of danger?
Honourable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayer. Almighty God, we in this prudential goodness have appointed us for leaders, parliaments, for the welfare start adjustment to humanity. We beseech you to look upon with the abundant favor these your servants, whom you've been pleased to call the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessings descend upon the assembled and grant that the mayor as in your presence. Create and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation is so just and fair to manner promote your honor and glory and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed their charge.
Item 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I want to welcome you to this morning sitting. The timing of today's sitting is to enable us handle very critical issues. We have the tax bills that must be completed before we go to supply. We also have a bill that was returned by His Excellency the President, that is the Anti-homosexual Bill 2023, and it was returned pursuant to Article 913B of the Constitution of Republic of Uganda. It emerged that the returned bill was premised on the advice of the Deputy Attorney General of Uganda. Aware that Article 1193 of the Constitution designates the Attorney General of the Constitution of Uganda to be the principal legal advice of government, it is also imperative that such advice should be given in a honest and reliable way. We get disappointed as Parliament of Uganda when we sit in this house, we agree, the Attorney General gets up and says, I concede, or we are in agreement as the advisor. And then the Attorney General, the Deputy Attorney General goes back and writes contrary to what was agreed in this house. That is an attack to Parliament. You will not attack this Parliament when we are here. We are the representatives of the people of Uganda. That attack on Parliament should not continue. The functional relationship between the three arms of government requires us to complement each other with mutual trust. The actors, we have legislature, executive, and judiciary, we must act with the honesty. This business of agreeing something here, then you're going to write contrary to what was agreed here and say the speaker forced me. I do not force anybody. I do not force anybody to concede. And I want to give an order that we will not pass a bill once we don't have the Attorney General himself in the house. We cannot continue dealing with people who are not honest. So, Honorable Kiwanuka, you have to be in the house yourself for us to be sure that whatever we are going to pass must be what we have agreed, not people who portray dishonesty. Honorable members, it's not an easy time. This morning, just a few minutes back, we've got information, very disturbing information, disheartening, that one of our own who sits on the front bench, Honorable Engola Machdogo, you must have seen him yesterday in the function, has been shot by his UPDF bodyguard. And after shooting the minister, I think he also shot himself. So we have lost one of our own. It's not easy moment, but we can't do much. That is God's plan. God gives and takes. And we cannot stop working because it has happened. We have these bills that we must pass. Can we raise for a moment of silence in his memory?
May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, it is free sitting. Don't squeeze yourselves. Yes, Honorable Silwanye. Honorable Silwanye, Honorable Seungu.
Right Honorable Speaker, I join you to condole with the deceased, the Honorable Engola. May his soul rest in peace. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on your communication. Article 91 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. This Constitution that we swore to uphold, Article 91, explains very well the exercise of the legislative powers of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, for the Attorney General, the Deputy Attorney General, be particular, Right Honorable Speaker, to come to this house, process a bill together with us, members of Parliament, because he's also a member of Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, and then turn around and start saying that I have been forced, I am not part of the whole thing, when he's on record of this Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, whenever you're passing a bill, whenever there is a bill going on, you ask private member or Attorney General, you'll give everyone an opportunity to say something before we pass a section that we have agreed on, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, wouldn't it be procedurally right to invite the Deputy Attorney General here to come and apologize? Because there is no way you can say that you are the Deputy Attorney General, you are going to continue coming to this house when you have done such a grave mistake, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, he agreed with all what we passed in the House, right, Honorable Speaker. Then he went behind us. Honorable members, one of the oaths that ministers take is honesty. And to be in charge and be honest and do the truth. And we all swear to that, right, Honorable Speaker. When you are dishonest, you cannot serve in a public office, right, Honorable Speaker. So we need to procedural right. First invite him to come and apologize. And after he has apologized, right, Honorable Speaker, then maybe you could take a further decision after this, right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you,
I beg to submit.
Honorable Silwanyi. The office of Attorney General is headed by the Attorney General himself. The other one is a deputy. Attorney General, do you have something to say to the House now that your office misguided? Who
Right, Honorable Speaker.
it actually misrepresented the House. AJ?
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I sincerely apologize for the misrepresentation that is alleged here. Right, Honorable Speaker.
It is not alleged.
As stated here.
The misrepresentation is documented and I wrote to your office. It's not an allegation, it is a fact.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we sincerely apologize for that. The Office of the Attorney General will continue to work closely with Parliament to ensure that this doesn't happen again.
Thank you. Procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I raise a procedural issue under Rule 109 in line with the Article 118, Clause E of the incompetence of any minister that can result into censure.
We do not have capacity to determine whether there is incompetence per se. The apology has been rendered, so sit. Honorable Sewungu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And may the soul of the deceased rest in eternal peace. He has been a very good friend of ours, but I know he will give us guidance as we proceed. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you very much for the communication. And indeed, in this house, I'm one of those members who have continuously complained about Attorney General not being around to give an input as we process bills. But Madam Speaker, I would pray through you, Madam Speaker, that the Deputy Attorney General himself comes to make his formal apology before this Parliament. You see now the Attorney General has come in, the other one is going to hide away. And indeed, it was so beautiful as we are processing this bill, having the input of the Attorney General. This was total backstabbing, nothing else. It was backstabbing and it is killing work of Parliament. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, as I conclude, you are seeing what is happening, which also you should give ruling on. Committees are summoned by anybody. A committee of Parliament is not supposed to summon even the president and our rules. But you see, members of the opposition cannot attend the committee. Others, many committees are being summoned. And once a minister sits in front of a committee, who is chairing the committee? All this is going to cause problems and a separation of power. And indeed, we shall get challenges. I don't know the Speaker allowed me to take information. Okay, Mr. Commissioner, sir.
The information I want to give the Honorable Sewung is that when the minister comes, the Deputy Attorney General comes, he should also clarify to us, because you know this bill is very sensitive. Maybe it was compromised. So he should clarify to us that particular matter.
So, as I call Madam Speaker, in the eyes of the public, Madam Speaker, in the eyes of the public, they don't attack the Attorney General, they attack the personality of the Speaker and the Parliament, not nobody else. So if someone says you forced him or her, it is improper, it is uncalled for, and we need this person to appear in person to explain why he carried out that kind of communication that has brought all this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Sewungu. Junior Stephen Ibrahim.
Madam Speaker, I am the Vice Chair, Lao Parliamentary Group. The fallen member is a member of Lao Parliamentary Group. I wanted to seek the indulgence of this parliament and the leave of your chair that you be pleased to allow my 32 members who are close family to the fallen minister attend the session on Zoom because the body is lay and attended to by family and close. So we pray, we seek the indulgence of parliament to allow me move with my 32 members of parliament and they vote on Zoom if there is need for a vote. We seek.
Honorable members, our rules of procedure allow us to attend a session, participate on Zoom. But I've also said Ugandans must see and must hear who are those people who are supporting homosexuality and who are those who are not for. And Ugandans must know who is there for them. If you can afford to be here for 2 hours and go away, I would advise you to be here for 2 hours, pass the bill, and go and join the family. We must know who is who. And like Honorable has said, maybe some people are compromised or whichever. We must know who is who. Yes.
Right Honorable, you are chosen.
Yes, Stephen.
Right Honorable Speaker, in your communication, I'm really crestfallen for the falling of Honorable Makidog. Yesterday,
We will bring the body here for you to
Yes.
pay tribute. For now, talk about the bill.
in regard to the bill, I suppose that the number of bills the 11th Parliament has processed will go on record to be the highest number of bills. But again, we shall go on record for having the highest number of bills being returned. And this is...
Stephen, a correction, there are no highest number of bills being returned. That one, it is not there. It is this bill which was returned where there was dishonesty.
Yeah, that's what I'm coming. Because
I am talking about one bill.
Yes, okay, on particularly this bill. The dishonest I see is that really the way we pass this bill with everybody involved, it would be proper that even when the minister or the Attorney General is writing to the president, they would first of all notify the speaker that either during the corrigenders, we missed out something which is pertinent, which we need to change. And Right Honorable Speaker, we are putting you on notice that we are writing to the president that we should amend something. Other than writing to the president before the speaker is aware of anything, that shoots down Parliament, that shoots down the seat of the speaker. So my proposal is that next time, if somebody is right, it's better to put in the context the speaker, so that we are not ashamed. As we are now, it was as if what we passed without taking due diligence.
Thank you. Honorable Ibrahim, Honorable.
Thank you
Go.
very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, like all colleagues, I am not happy with Honorable Kafuzi. But I also don't want to be played. The day we are passing this bill, the Attorney General was not here. There was a time he came here to follow up bills of one sentence. Himself. Bills of one sentence. What they are doing, I suspect, and I am sorry, even that letter of Honorable Kafuz, it appears to me it was solicited to allow now the final man, because eventually when we begin looking at the content, you will see that Kafuz was sent in and the one who is now supposed to represent the interest of homosexuals is the one you see there. And that's why I initially wanted to lynch Kafuz, but the person to lynch is the one who is here, the Honorable Chiriowa. Because the other one was forced, it appears to me, you write this letter, so I come because the homos are killing us. So this parliament must be very careful. We are being played by the office of the Attorney General and the President. So Kafuz came here and we need to listen to him, maybe in a meeting that he can express himself. Because throughout the bill to finish homosexuality, he was here. The one who has come to plead for homosexuality is his boss. Then should we lynch the other one or this one representing homosexual?
Actually, that's why I asked him to apologize, because he's the boss of the other. AG, do you have something to say?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the position I hold, fortunately for me, I cannot be away on official business without the notice being given to the Speaker. So there is a sufficient evidence of where I was carrying out official business on behalf of all of you. But Right Honorable Speaker, ours is a matter of advice. I was in the United States on that day.
Honorable members, I got a letter from AG that was going to be out of the country, and which I authorized. The issue was on section 14, where even I have the answer here, where the Deputy Attorney General said he did concede. And when he said he did concede, he wrote a letter personally to me under Article 91, really. I don't think you're supposed to write to me a letter after we have been in this house. If you want to say anything, come back to this house and we discuss it. But where you say you have been forced. Attorney General, that is your office.
Right Honorable Speaker, we have stated on record that this will not happen again. Yes, but Right Honorable Speaker, I have stated on record that this will not happen again. Even when we have a disagreement with Parliament, we shall communicate it to Parliament.
Honorable Kafusi, we had an issue here where you considered on the floor and then you went back and changed your statement on section 14. Yes.
The point of order I am raising, the Honorable Kafuzi is a lawyer. The rules are very clear. When the chair is speaking, the speaker, you sit down. You don't behave like you are being chased. So is Honorable Kafuzi in order to disregard our rules and actually take a posture as if his intention is to intimidate the speaker?
Of course, he's not in order. He's not in order. We must have decorum. Honorable Kafusi. Yes. He wants to say something before you come in.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the time I've been in this parliament, we have had a national anthem on this floor on two occasions. The first one is when we had the amendment of the constitution to remove the term limits. And the anthem was sung by the opposition. The second time is when we passed this bill. And I remember, Speaker, you had left your chair, you are moving when the anthem started. You stood here and we all sang the national anthem, knowing that we have resolved as Ugandans, as one spirit, that we do away without homosexuality. Now, with Madam Speaker, where I sit, there is a chamber of Attorney General behind me. The technical team is there. Kafuz was consulting the team there. You would come here and say, I don't agree with this section. Honorable Basara would say, we want a one-stop center for this law. Honorable Kafuz would cross there and ask the chambers. The chamber would say, go and concede. The gentleman would come here and concede. So, Madam Speaker, what I want to raise, because I'm not even sure when the real Attorney General will tell us the truth. Can we proceed under Rule 212 and we put the Attorney General on oath, so that we are sure that whatever we shall pass here will be the truth and nothing the truth, Madam Speaker. And members, if you agree, we now put a question that those who are in favor for the Attorney General.
Honorable members, for us to apply Rule 212 is when somebody is going to give evidence. For this case, he's not giving any evidence, but we are talking about the dishonesty of the Office of Attorney General. We cannot agree in the House. You concede. You're supposed to be our legal advisor, and you now, instead of being an advisor, you misguide us instead. Actually, you misguide the executive. You misrepresent us before the executive. That makes the House dirty. Honorable Kafusi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I do understand the mood, and I also understand the mood with which we passed this law. So when someone expresses disappointment that I wrote to the president, I think I understand their disappointment. My role is to advise the president.
That you wrote to the president and you wrote to the speaker.
My role is to advise the president.
First agree that you wrote to the president and you wrote to the speaker.
May I speak?
Please sit. Sit.
Thank you.
Sit. Honorable Kafus, there is one speaker in this house, and you'll never come and disrespect the speaker. You cannot report this house and say, we made a mistake, we forced you. And from today onwards, you will not come to this house and defend any bill. You will not do it under my leadership. Next item.
Motion for reconsideration of the Anti-Homosexuality Bill 2023.
Can we first look at the tax bill?
Bill's second reading, the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023.
Honorable members, as you are aware, we are going to do a supply. We are in the budgeting process, and it is time for us to pass the tax bills. We will look at the tax bills today. Can we start with the income tax amendment bill? Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker,
Honorable members, I want all of you in so that we'll go to the next bill after this.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled.
Yes, procedure.
Madam Speaker, I want to be advised, especially following the ruling of Mbale. I intend to propose a bill, a tax on people who have more than 30 heads of cattle. I want to be advised when I can bring it.
Attorney General.
Right Honorable Speaker, I regret to advise the Right Honorable Member, the Honorable Member, I beg your pardon. That's out of great respect for Honorable Semoju, that unfortunately you are unable to bring that motion. However, you could move and speak to Minister of Finance so government can bring it because it will offend Article 93 of the Constitution. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Can we move?
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023 be read for the second time.
Is the bill seconded? Seconded by Honorable Fox Odoi. By Honorable Bua, Honorable. By the whole House. Honorable Minister, would you like to speak to your motion? I just wanted the House to know that Fox is in the House.
Madam Speaker, the object of this bill is to impose the capital gains tax on purchase of assets, to expand the exceptions to the provision for limiting interest deduction on inclusion of microfinance deposit-taking institutions and the Tier 4 microfinance institutions, provides for ZIP-RE PTA Insurance Company as a listed institution, and for other related matters. Madam Speaker, when we read this bill for the first time, it was referred to the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and I understand the committee has done a great work and they are able to report back to the House.
Thank you so much, Chair. Honorable Minister, can I now have the Chair of Committee of Finance? Is the Chair
Madam Speaker,
or a member?
I'm a member of the committee, but unfortunately, we were in a retreat to conclude on the bills. They are now on their way to the House. They thought you were going to start with the homosexuality bill, then they deal with the tax bills. But they are coming. The Chair is coming. Madam Chair, I was just informing you what is happening, but I'm sure in 10 to 20 minutes they should be here. Why am I here? Yes, I was here earlier for other purposes.
All the bills, all the 80 bills are for finance.
Right Honorable Chair. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, let me for once plead for a committee. Right Honorable Speaker, I think
we finished writing these reports at 3. And some members by that time had retired. So they have had to sign these reports this morning. And I will beg your indulgence on behalf of the chair that is constrained at this time to be here, because we were signing so many reports. We finished harmonization with the government at about 8, with the Minister of Finance and Minister of Attorney General. So the committee had to sit back and write a report. By 3, we are not yet done in the night. So, but it is understandable the chair is still maybe at Chigo, but if we permanently not around, my side is ready.
Thank you so much. For the first time, Honorable Chivumbi is defending his committee. Can we now go to our famous bill? Honorable members, chair first seat. Honorable Mr. Kema.
Motion for reconsideration of the Anti-homosexuality Bill 2023 as returned by His Excellency the President in accordance with Article 91(3)(b) of the Constitution and Rule 142 of the Rules of Procedure.
Honorable members, as you may recall, in furtherance to Article 79(1) of the Constitution, this House passed Anti-homosexuality Bill 2023 on Tuesday, 21st March 2023. Pursuant to Article 91(2) of the Constitution, the bill was duly transmitted to the President for assent in line with Article 91(3) of the Constitution. His Excellency, the President, evoked Article 91(3)(b) of the Constitution and returned the bill with a letter dated 25th April 2023. The returned bill was premised on the following grounds. 1, distinguishing between a homosexual and actual engaging in the act of homosexuality, that is section 2 and 3. 2, premises the need to delete the clause 901, since what it seeks to achieve is more comprehensively provided for under section 9(2). 3, duty to report acts of homosexuality. The inherent contradiction between clause 14 and 15 and the need to review clause 14 by either deleting it or restricting its application to protection of children and vulnerable persons as provided for under Article 17(1)(c) of the Constitution. 4, rehabilitation of homosexuals. The need to provide the rehabilitation of those who were previously involved in the act of homosexuality. Honorable members, Rule 24(1) of the Rules of Procedure stipulate the quorum of Parliament to be 1/3 of the voting members, that is 177 members of Parliament. Therefore, in furtherance to Article 88 of the Constitution and Rule 24 of the Rules of Procedure, we will require to do a roll call of members for us to be able to establish the members who are present. But before we do that, we could have the report presented. Once it is presented, we'll do the roll call and then go to committee stage and then do the final roll call when we are going to the 3rd reading. Honorable Basalira,
Thank you very much, Reverend Speaker.
in furtherance to Rule 143 of Rules of Procedure, this was moved by a private member in the name of Honorable Basalira Asman, MP of Bugiri Municipality. We will now invite him to move a motion to that effect.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. As you have rightly stated, I beg to move in accordance with Rule 143, Sub-Rule 3 of the Rules of Procedure, that the bill entitled Anti-Homosexuality Bill 2013 be reconsidered by the House. I beg to move.
Thank you. Is the motion seconded? Seconded by the Attorney General, by the Government Chief Whip, Honorable Bahati, Hajat Lukia, by Honorable Lugolovi, Honorable Minister Musasisi, Honorable Fox Odoy, Honorable Fox Odoy, Honorable Kwizera, Honorable Magogo Kivalia, Angora, by the whole House, including the government law. That is the Honorable Nambeshi Oduru, Kawalia, Alan, Hassan, by the whole House, Alobo, Teddy, Apollo, Amero. It has been supported by the whole House. And I want to thank all the members who are here. And I want voters outside there to watch. Who are those who are supporting the future generation? Even Macho has come back. Yes, Honorable Basalira.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, for overwhelmingly supporting the motion.
The honorable ministers are on Zoom because they're in cabinet and we've allowed them to be on Zoom. Honorable Guang has also come in. Yes.
Right Honourable Speaker, on Thursday, 9th March 2023, a bill entitled the Anti-Homosexuality Bill was in accordance with Rule 128 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, read for the first time and referred to the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs for scrutiny. On Tuesday, 21st March 2023, the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs reported back to the House on the bill, and the House, with the support of 385 members of Parliament, considered, debated, and passed the bill into law. His Excellency the President, in accordance with Article 91 of the Constitution, withheld his assent and returned it to Parliament for reconsideration. The President, in a letter addressed to the Right Honourable Speaker, dated 25th of April 2023, expressed his reservations about certain provisions of the bill and returned the bill on 3 grounds as enumerated in the President's letter, which was read to the House. Right Honourable Speaker, the Secretarial Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs has examined the matters returned by the President and is ready to report on the same. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to submit in support of the motion.
Thank you so much. Honorable Basalira, can we hear from the Chairperson of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs? Honorable members, take up your seats. We are going to start on roll call immediately after that.
Right Honorable Speaker, I stand here to present the report of the Secretarial Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs on the Anti-Homosexuality Bill 2023 as returned by HE the President. I have a report of the bill, I have a minority report, and I have a set of minutes. I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the members of the committee without whom I would not have been able to stand here in front of you and present this report. And as usual, I just request that they stand up for recognition. Thank you very much, honorable
Thank you
members.
so much.
Honorable Basalira has already given the background and you also talked about it. I wanted to go straight on to the consideration of the matters returned by the president. Because the first thing was the background, and then the next would be the role of the committee upon return of a bill by the president, which is contained in Article 91 and Rule 143 of the Rules of Procedure. So I would like to go straight to consideration of the matters returned by the president. The first was distinguishing between being a homosexual and actually engaging in acts of homosexuality. This is at page 3. The first reservation by HE the president relates to the lack of clear provisions in the bill prohibiting the criminalization of individuals who have not committed any of the prohibited acts under the bill. The president argues that the law should be clear so that what is being criminalized is not the state of one having a deviant tendency, but rather the actions of one acting on the deviance or promoting the same. The committee has examined the proposal by HE the president, and it is of the considered opinion that the views expressed by HE the president are genuine and were also expressed by the committee in its report to the House. And the committee in its report to the House at page 34, paragraph 7.2, noted that the bill contained a number of provisions which had the effect of criminalizing a person merely based on the appearance of the accused person rather than on the commission or any of the acts or omissions prohibited under the bill. The committee was informed that the majority of arrests of persons suspected of being LGBTIQ+ were premised on the appearance of the suspects, with persons being deprived of their liberty only on the ground that they look gay. The committee also took cognizance of the decision of the court in the case of Victor Mukasa and another versus Attorney General, High Court Miscellaneous Clause 24/26, wherein the court held that the arrest of the plaintiff based on her physical appearance and without having committed an offense as unlawful was unlawful since the plaintiff had not committed any of the prohibited acts under the Penal Code Act. The committee took further cognizance of the decision in the case of Kasha Jacqueline versus Rolling Stone Limited and another miscellaneous clause 163 of 210, where the court held that the scope of Section 145 of the Penal Code Act is narrower than gayism generally. Court reasoned that one has to commit an act under Section 145 to be regarded as a criminal. This decision means that being or appearing as LGBTIQ+ person is not in itself an offense until a person commits any of the prohibited acts under the law. This means that a person cannot be criminalized, but the conduct of the person, if contrary to the law, should be criminalized and punished. As guided by courts in the earlier mentioned decisions, the committee recommended for the deletion of all provisions in the bill which had the effect of criminalizing a person's appearance. For instance, the committee recommended for the deletion of clause 1D of the bill, which had proposed to declare as acts of homosexuality a person who holds out as a lesbian, gay, transgender, a queer, or any other sexual or gender identity that's contrary to the binary categories of male and female. This provision had the effect of criminalizing persons who identify as lesbian, gay, transgender, queer, or any other sexual or gender identity that is contrary to the binary categories of male and female, without such persons having committed an offense under the laws of Uganda.
Honorable Susan Amero, it is free sitting. I see you refusing my members to sit. Honorable members, please sit. Free sitting.
The committee further clearly defined.
I know you don't want Honorable Kwizera, but it's okay. Kwizera, you could actually sit next to Fox Odoy. Honorable members, free sitting. Yes, go ahead.
The committee further clearly defined a homosexual to mean a person who engages in an act of homosexuality. This definition clearly criminalizes the act committed by a homosexual and not the physical appearance or character of a person. The president now suggests that these provisions do not go far enough to bring clarity to the intended purpose of this bill and recommends a specific provision be made to the effect that, for the avoidance of doubt, a person who is believed or alleged or suspected of being a homosexual who has not committed a sexual act with another person of the same sex does not commit the offense of homosexuality under this section. The committee has considered the proposal by H.E. the President and recommends that clause 2 and 3 be amended to create further clarity on the purpose and intention of the bill, which is to criminalize sexual acts committed by persons of the same sex, rather than punishing a person based on their perceived sexuality or physical appearance. Recommendation: the committee recommended that clauses 2 and 3 of the bill be amended to create clarity on the purpose and intention of the bill. 3.2, clause 9 on premises. The second objection by H.E. the President relates to clause 9.1 of the bill and proposes that clause 9.1 should be deleted on the grounds that it's unnecessary, since what is provided for in clause 9.2 is more comprehensive and passes the constitutional test. Clause 9 of the bill relating to premises is intended to prohibit persons being a keeper of a house, room, set of rooms, place of any kind, or being the owner, occupier, or manager of premises from knowingly allowing the premises from being used by any person for purposes of homosexuality. Clause 9 is reproduced below. 9.1, a person who keeps a house, room, set of rooms, or place of any kind for purposes of facilitating the commission of the offense of homosexuality commits an offense and is liable on conviction to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 7 years. 2, the owner, occupier, manager of premises who knowingly allows the premises to be used by any person for purposes of homosexuality or to commit an offense under this act commits an offense and is liable on conviction to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 10 years. The President is of the considered opinion that subclause 1 of clause 9 is redundant, since the matters it seeks to prohibit are already prohibited under subclause 2 of the same clause. The committee has examined the provisions of clause 9 and is of the considered opinion that the provisions of clause 9.1 and 2 all serve a purpose and should be retained. While clause 9.2 is intended to cover all conceived persons who might either have a registrable interest in a property, in brackets owner, a person who is employed, licensed, or contracted by the owner to manage any property, in brackets manager, or an occupier who is a person in occupation or control of the premises. Clause 9.1 deals with any other person not having interest in the premises, but is in charge or in control of premises, and as such, persons may include employees or any other person who directly or indirectly operates the premises. The committee is therefore of the considered opinion that instead of deleting clause 9.1 as proposed by H.E. the President, clause 9.1 and 2 should be merged so that the persons envisaged in subclause 1 and 2 are provided under one provision. Recommendation: the committee recommends that for clarity, clause 9.1 and 2 should be merged into one comprehensive clause. 3.3, clause 14, duty to report acts of homosexuality. H.E. the President objected to clause 14 of the bill, reasoning that clause 14 presents constitutional challenges. The President reasoned that clause 14 and 15 create unnecessary contradictions and duties which pose implementation challenges and conflicts in society. The President recommended for deletion of clause 14, or in the alternative to redraft clause 14 to restrict it to children and other vulnerable members of society, as required in Article 17(1)(c) of the Constitution. The committee has examined clause 14 of the bill and is of the considered opinion that clause 14 is relevant since it imposes a duty on a person who knows or has a reasonable suspicion that a person has committed or intends to commit the offense of homosexuality or any other offense under the Act to report the matter to police for appropriate action. The provision also grants immunity to a person who is otherwise prevented by privilege from making a report on his or her suspicion of the occurrence of the offense of homosexuality from any action arising from the disclosure of the information without the consent or waiver of privilege first being obtained or had. The same provision creates an offense against a person who knowingly or having reason to believe that a person has committed or intends to commit but does not report the matter to police. It further directs that a person who makes a report shall be treated as a whistleblower in accordance with the Whistleblowers Protection Act 210 and shall be protected from victimization. The section, however, grants advocates exemptions from reporting to police on any suspicion of the occurrence of the offense of homosexuality. Clause 14 was introduced by the committee on the recommendation of various stakeholders, specifically Uganda Medical Association, who informed the committee that they receive a number of children who are victims of homosexuality and are prevented by doctor-client privilege from making reports to police. The committee was also persuaded by international best practices where in some countries there is an imposed duty on a person to make reports where such a person knows or reasonably suspects that there is a sexual offense being committed against another person. This best practice pertains in some Commonwealth countries such as the UK, Australia, New Zealand, Kenya, and South Africa. The rationale for introducing Clause 14 was to ensure that persons in Uganda, including caregivers, report homosexual acts that are within their knowledge. It was also intended to be an avenue through which adequate information is collected on the occurrence of homosexual acts in society in order for decision makers to take appropriate measures to respond to such occurrences, as well as ensuring that victims of this offense are adequately identified and protected. The committee, however, notes that Clause 14.3, which creates criminal sanctions against a person who does not report an offense that he has knowledge about, creates an onerous duty beyond what is imposed at law under Article 17.1c of the Constitution. The committee is aware that Article 17.1c of the Constitution imposes a duty on every citizen of Uganda to protect children and vulnerable persons against any form of abuse, harassment, or ill treatment. Since the duty imposed under the Constitution is restricted to children and vulnerable persons, the criminal sanctions should only attach against persons who do not report crimes committed against children and other vulnerable persons. The committee is also aware that under the Children Act, Section 4.4 imposes a duty on a person who witnesses an abuse against the rights of a child to, as soon as possible, report the matter to police or any authority responsible for child welfare. In the same vein, Section 42A(2) also requires a person who on reasonable grounds believes that a child has been abused or is in imminent danger, which may result in physical injury, sexual abuse, deliberate neglect, or is in need of care and protection, to report to a designated child protection organization or authority. These provisions impose additional duties on every person to protect children from abuse by reporting such abuse to the authorities. Recommendation. The committee recommends that Clause 14 of the bill stand part of the bill, albeit with amendment to Clause 9.3 to create criminal sanctions against a person who does not report acts of homosexuality that are committed against children and other vulnerable persons. Conclusion, the committee recommends that Parliament considers and adopts this report and that the Anti-Homosexuality Bill 2023, as returned by HE the President, be reconsidered and passed into law subject to the following amendments. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I beg to report.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. And the report is basically informative. It's straightforward. I am also informed there is a minority report, as usual, from Honorable Fox Odoy.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to present a minority report to the report of the Sectoral Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs on the Anti-Homosexuality Bill 2023 as returned by His Excellency the President. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to skip the background. It has already been sufficiently canvassed, and go straight to the points of dissent. The points of dissent are marked 2.0 at page 3 of the report. 2.1. Right Honorable Speaker, the proposal by the President is insufficient and restrictive. The first point of dissent relates to the President's proposal, which has been adopted by the committee, to include a provision in clause 2 and clause 3 to the effect that, and I quote, for the avoidance of doubt, a person who's believed or alleged or suspected of being a homosexual who has not committed a sexual act with another person of the same sex does not commit the offense of homosexuality under this section. The provision, in effect, means that LGBTQ plus persons can stay in Uganda. The existence of LGBTQ plus persons in Uganda is a known fact from time immemorial. Whereas the proposal by the President, Right Honorable Speaker, whereas the proposal by the President in acknowledging the existence of this minority is a step in the right direction, it is insufficient and restrictive to the extent that it proposes to criminalize the enjoyment of human rights and freedoms by LGBTQ plus persons. The courts in Kasha Jacqueline versus Rolling Stone Limited and another, miscellaneous clause number 163 of 2010, recognized the existence of LGBTQ plus persons in Uganda, and this minority cannot be wished away. Right Honorable Speaker, therefore, the existence of LGBTQ plus persons cannot be an executive grant. The existence of LGBTQ plus persons imposes a duty on government and all organs of state to uphold, respect, and promote the rights and freedoms of the LGBTI plus persons in Uganda.
Can you finish? Give Fox time to tell us all what he wants to say.
I thank you, Right Honorable. The proposal of the President, to the extent that it saves the criminalization of consensual same-sex relations in clause 2, is self-defeating, since on the one hand, it recognizes their existence, and on the other, it punishes their acts. Like the bill, the proposal by the President will still leave room for abuse of rights and freedoms of LGBTI plus community.
I want you to limit your debate on what was referred by the President. Don't go beyond, because you've never believed in this thing.
Right Honorable, I am limiting my debate to only.
So can you conclude?
Only the clauses. Right Honorable, the proposal also falls short of Uganda's commitments under the several international human rights instruments to which Uganda is a state party, to wit, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the ICCPR, the International Covenant on Economic and Social Cultural Rights, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the Convention against Torture and other cruel and degrading treatment, and the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Recommendation. The minority recommend that the proposal by the president to amend clauses 2 and 3 be rejected, and instead clauses 2 and 3 be deleted. Number 2.2, criminalization of appearance of a person. The second point of dissent is that the proposal by the president to amend clause 2 and 3 does not address the contravention of Article 28(3)(a), which is inherent in clauses 1, 2, and 3 of the bill. The minority are aware that the definition of the term homosexual
Yes, Honorable Samuja.
Madam Speaker, we finished this bill. What we are doing today is to reconsider proposals by the president. At this stage, and that's the gist of the procedural issue I am raising, whether a member tactfully through a minority report can propose that clauses of a bill finished by Parliament be deleted, because the only act that we are involved in is to consider proposals by the president, not to deal with the bill as passed. And the member, by the way, is a lawyer. Can he, I know he worked for the president for a very long time, that doesn't make him a president. Can we at this stage have any report recommending that clauses in a bill first be deleted? Can we at this stage, Madam Speaker?
The member is supposed to be a lawyer. The member is supposed to be a lawyer, and he ought to know what is supposed to be done. So can you conclude on your matter? Honorable members, let's allow honorable folks to bring all his so I don't want to use the word that I was going to say, because you will use that to go to court. You finalize. Wait, I am going to put a question on the minority.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Fox, you finish on your thing.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. The minority fear that this provision will be abused by law enforcement agencies who may label persons homosexuals without being tried by the courts of law. They will require such persons to defend themselves, thereby reversing the burden of proof from the prosecution to accused persons. It's tried criminal law that the prosecution bears the burden to prove the offense against an accused person. This burden of proof does not shift to the accused to prove their innocence as the bill proposes. The burden of proof always rests on the prosecution. The prosecution must adduce evidence to discharge its burden of proof. And we refer to the case of Sectorico versus Uganda, 1967, East Africa, at page 531. The provision has the effect of declaring an accused person guilty, thereby reversing the presumption of innocence as prescribed in the Constitution. This statutorily puts the accused persons to his or her defense and exonerates the prosecution from proving the allegations against the accused person beyond all reasonable doubt. The provisions of this bill will perpetuate abuse of rights of persons based on their perceived sexual orientation by allowing the arrest and prosecution of persons premised on the appearance of the suspect. The minority are concerned that the police and other law enforcement agencies arrest people based on their appearance, as found in the case of Victor Mukasa and another versus the Attorney General. High Court Miscellaneous Cause number 24 of 2004. Right Honorable Speaker, the recommendation The minority recommend that the bill should be rejected in its entirety since it contravenes Article 28 on fair trial and is susceptible to abuse, and it will allow the arrest and prosecution of persons based on appearance. In conclusion, at 3.0, the minority has examined the proposals by the president and is of the considered opinion that they are insufficient to salvage the bill. The unconstitutionality of the bill cannot be remedied through a partial and ineffective recognition of the existence of LGBT plus community, while at the same time criminalizing the enjoyment of their constitutional rights and freedoms. We therefore recommend as follows. Right Honorable Speaker, we therefore recommend as follows. A, that clauses 2 and 3 be deleted. B, that clause 9 should be deleted since it creates an onerous obligation which is impossible to fulfill. C, clause 14 should be deleted since it will prevent LGBTQ plus persons from accessing Medicare for fear of being reported. In light of the above, the minority recommend that the entire bill be rejected. I beg to move.
Can we first make a correction? You don't say we, you say I. Because who are those who signed the minority?
Right Honorable Speaker, the minority was signed by yours truly, Fox Odoi Oyuelo.
And
So
because
I correct.
and because it was mine truly, the only homosexual in the house, you say I. You say I recommend, not we recommend.
Right Honorable Speaker, I will replace the word we with
Very
I
good.
as guided. And
Thank you.
dispute the fact that I am a homosexual. I am a human rights defender.
It's implied. Honorable members, you've had the report from Honorable Robina, the chairperson, and you've had the minority report. And as I said, they are basically informative. What was raised by the president was direct. It doesn't need any debate. I first want to put a question. I am putting a question on the minority report. I want to put a question that the minority report moved by Honorable Fox Odoi on Anti-homosexuality Bill 2023 as returned by His Excellency the President be approved by this House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The nays have it. The nays have it. Honorable members, we are now going to roll call. And I am going to put a question. Let me guide. I am going to put a question for us.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to persuade you, Madam Speaker, that before the roll call, you allow us to debate the report, such that Fox Odoi and others who represent homosexuals do not go and begin saying bad things about Parliament. Madam Speaker, with humility, I beg you to allow, even if it is a limited debate.
Can we limit to 5 people? Can you start with yourself?
Madam Speaker, unfortunately, I am a committee member.
Okay, now that you're a committee member, you can leave it. We give it to ethics. Ethics.
Madam Speaker, this is a historic moment when the Parliament of Uganda has been given an opportunity to pronounce not only itself, but the wishes of Ugandans. And we have an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to speak in a manner that will liberate the whole of Africa. And I want to commend the President for being very, very clear, and we are believing that his counterparts elsewhere will get courage to join him, to tell the Western world to abandon their arrogance, their insensitivity, the idea that they know what we should do. And if we were to leave to abandon this support we have for this bill, Madam Speaker, what it would mean is that the Western world would now begin to say, we support bestiality. We support people choosing to go naked on the streets of Kampala. We support a view that a man can marry his mother or a mother in case of a woman. And Madam Speaker, we must reject this arrogance. And I want to commend your leadership as well, because you have given direction. I urge honorable members to be bold enough to say to the Western world in particular, that they can go away with their support, but that will prompt us as well to look at ourselves, because, Madam Speaker, finally, what we steal from ourselves is 3 times more than what we get from these arrogant people around the world. And so I appeal to the President and government to really tackle this issue of corruption, because it is rendering us totally unable to stand up to interest of our people. I want to thank you again and urge members to fully give support to this motion that has been tabled.
Thank you, Honorable Guang. James.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. First of all, the matter we are discussing is a matter of life and death. And I want to begin by thanking my mother and my father that I'm what I am today because of them. Praise be to God. Number 2, I want to thank my children wherever they are. And even if God took me away today, I know that the future is bright for our children. What is my message? Friends, moments have come when we should define who we are. And I want to say this, that you might be an agent of those people here, but we want to commit in the name of the Almighty God that we will not accept to sell our country, to sell our destiny, to sell our continent because of the interest you might be getting as an individual or individuals. Friends, what would be the world look like without a woman? Right Honorable Speaker, what would the world look like without women? These people who are thinking of bringing us a world where we are looking at wrong addresses, where are we going to go? Why am I bringing these points, Right Honorable Speaker? I've heard, for the first time, let me permit my brother.
No, the information I wanted to give you, Honorable Peter Ogwang, is that those people are like a Chiwetere who corrected the people, and because he wanted the world to end, he set them on fire. I think anyone here representing the interest of those people
should be named Kiweteri from today. That's the information I wanted to give.
Madam Speaker, I want to conclude. As a representative of the people of Ngariam County and a believer, I want to state categorically clear.
And somebody with a family.
And someone with a family. I want to state categorically clear here, and I want to appeal to all of you here that we should not accept the intimidation which is coming from the Western world to us as a country. Imagine, I have read on social media that they want to withdraw aid specifically under the Ministry of Health for HIV/AIDS. The following questions must be asked. Have they been giving us that aid for purposes of us promoting homosexuality in Uganda? Maybe Honorable Fox Odoi and the team should explain this here. Number two, the studies have shown that actually these homosexuals are the ones who are spreading AIDS. Because you're looking at a wrong address. That address, is it meant for? So friends, I want to call upon you here, don't be shy. You were born to be in Uganda, we will die in Uganda, and we remain Africans. For purposes of our destiny and our nation, let's support the amendment of this bill. I thank you.
Thank you, James. We are debating on the bill. James.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in the first place, I want to thank you very much for being candid and pro-Uganda and pro-Africa.
Honorable members, listen to the member. Honorable Lobo, listen to the member.
Madam Speaker, many people have been lured into those acts because of what they expect to gain as individuals, not as nations. And that's why I want to applaud you and the leadership of this parliament by tackling this matter, which many people fear. Madam Speaker, I also want to thank the president, because the president, when he met us, was seeking clarification. And I think he has not been in the support of that homosexuality. Madam Speaker, Honorable Doi is saying that homosexuals are there, but also thieves are there. And thieves, we have laws against thieves. We cannot say because thieves are there, therefore thieves must be allowed. And maybe if he's trying to protect himself, until when he acts, he will be arrested. And Madam Speaker, it is at this point that we should not shy away, especially when we get these intimidations, that are going to withdraw the support that we have. Madam Speaker, America and other first world countries developed because of inefficient of Africans to protect themselves. When they took the slaves, they went and worked in the sugar canes and their industries for free labor. Madam Speaker, if we were able to protect ourselves that time, we would be in the first world other than them, because they got free labor. Now, to support a belief of the first world countries to say that we are going to sell ourselves because we want to have that benefit, it is uncalled for. That's why I want to stand with you and stand with Ugandans, stand with Africa, that this is the time to defend Africa, to defend what we believe in, such that we can define ourselves and define our destiny.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, finally, I want to suggest that the suggestion of rehabilitation is another bet that we need to look at. If you put an institution to rehabilitate in the law, it will mean that This institution cannot run dry.
That is not part of the bill. It's not
That's,
part of
that's
the
very
bill.
good. So I want to thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, as I said, we debated on this bill. We talked about it. Everybody knows our position. We should be able to finish this debate. Let's have a voting. And I have got a request from the Lango parliamentary group. They want to vote first and go. But as I told you, we are voting twice. We are voting for us to allow the bill to go into second reading. And then we are voting for the third reading. We don't want an aspect of quorum because that's what Fox is waiting for. So kindly bear with us. The problem that is there is for this house. It is not for Lango parliamentary group. That problem, the laws is for Parliament of Uganda, not for Lango. Okay?
Madam Speaker, I came from Kanungu purposely to make sure we leave everything aside. We first dispose of this bill such that we don't get any other avenue of although it may take us court. Thank you.
Somebody is moving a motion. Yes.
Madam, I move a motion that will move straight to the committee stage.
Thank you. Honorable members, Elijah, can you move a motion? Elijah, move a motion.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Right.
Honorable members, when you're moving a motion, you say debate ends and a question be put. Can you move a motion? You want to put it better.
Thank you so much, Madam. I move under Rule 81 that the House, okay, the debate ends and the question be now put.
Is the motion seconded? The motion is seconded by the whole House, including Ethel, the landlord, Hanifa, Abe, Dr. Bedi, Kamara, Muijiche, Dokolo, Ayume, Fox Odoy, Attorney General Lugolovi, Ogwang, Ibanda, by the whole House. I now put a question that the Anti-Homosexuality Bill 2023, as returned by His Excellency the President, in accordance to Article 91(3)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Rule 143 of the Rules of Procedure, be considered by this august House. Those in favor will say aye, and those against will say nay. No, I am going to call name by name. Can we start the roll call?
Ababiku Jessica.
Go on a microphone and say aye or nay.
Ababiku Jessica. Abeja Susan Jolie. Abe Lillian. Abigaba Cuthbert Mirembe.
Madam Speaker, aye.
Aboli Kunihira Agnes.
Present.
It is either aye or nay.
I might be going to vote yes.
Can you speak on the microphone?
Aye.
Achan Joyce Oken.
Aye.
Achen Docas.
Aye.
Acheng Jen Ruth Ochero. Achan Judith Peace.
Aye.
Achayo Juliet Lodo.
Aye.
Achia Remijo. Acheng Sarah Opendi.
Aye.
Achibu Agnes. Achiro Pascal Menya.
Honorable members, I don't want anybody in and out. Can we have the doors closed?
Madam Speaker, aye.
Can we have the doors closed? And that is according to the rules of procedure. Everybody come in and have the doors closed. And free sitting. Yes.
Achom Joan Alopo.
Honorable members, just a minute. Clerk, can you ring the bell? Clerk, ring the bell. Can we have the bell rung? Have the doors closed. Free sitting, please, members.
Achom Joan Alobo.
Aye.
Achon Julius Bua. Achora Nancy. Acrobat Kiza Moses. Adeke
Madam
Anna.
Speaker, aye.
Thank you. Honorable members, can I have the doors closed? The bell has been rung. We are doing as per the rules of procedure.
Adeke Anna Ebaju.
Aye.
Adidwa Abdu. Adoa Helen. Adome Francis Lorica. Adrico Yovan. Adome Francis Lorica.
Adome is here.
Aye.
Adrico Yovan. Aeku Patrick. Afidra Olema Ronald.
Aye.
Afoyo Chan Esther.
Aye.
Agaba Isa. Agasha Juliet Bashisha.
Madam, aye.
Akamba Paul. Akampurira Prosim Babazi. Akelo Beatrice Akori. Akelo Christine.
Aye.
Akelo Lucy. We shall come to Zoom after.
Aye. Aye.
Akelo Rose Lily. Akena James Michael Jimmy. Akol Anthony. Akora Maxwell Ebong Patrick. Akugizibwe Aled Ronald.
Aye.
Akumu Catherine Mavenjina. Alanyo Jennifer.
Right Honorable Speaker, aye.
Aleper Margaret Achila. Aleper Moses. Alerotom Azar.
Aye.
Ali Moses. Alioni York Odria. Alum Santa Sandra Ogwang.
Madam Speaker, aye.
Alupo Jessica Rose Pell. Aliek Judith.
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Amede Agnes. Amero Susan.
Madam Speaker, aye.
Amongi Betty Ongom. Angura Frederick.
Madam Speaker, aye.
Anyakun Esther Davinia. Anyuariki Ronald. Richard, sorry. Anyuariki Richard. Augon Silas. Aol Betty Ochan, Apollo Yeri Ofono, Apollo Christine,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Apollo Stella Isodo,
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Ariko Herbert Edmond Ekworo, Arinaitu Rauben,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Arinaitu Rakajara, Asaba Nsabimana Paul,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Asamo Helen Grace, Asera Stephen, Asimwe Florence Akiki,
Aye.
Asimwe K. Enos,
Aye.
Asimwe Musime Moli, Atim Agnes Apea,
Aye.
Atim Ogwal Cecilia Barbara,
Aye.
Atima Jackson Lee Buti, Atugonza Alan,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Atukwasa Rita,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Atuto Jacinta,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Atuakire Kathleen Ndamira, Atujuchire Dan, Atiang Stella, Auma Helen Wandera, Auma Kenny,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Auma Linda Agnes,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Avako Mel Sanai Magule,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Avujen Pachuto,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Awan Tony,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Awas Sylvia Vicky,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Awich Jen,
Honorable members, please, please. Don't you want your speaker to be sure the love?
Awich Jen, Awo Betty Engola, Ayevare Margaret, Ayo Jennifer Nalukwago,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Ayo Tony, Ayume Charles, Batom Ben Koryang,
Aye. Aye, Madam Speaker.
Ayume is there?
Okay. Batom,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Batom,
yes.
have you responded?
Yes.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Baba James.
Can I only have the gentleman in white around those doors? The gentleman in white. Where the clerks? I only need the clerks around those doors.
Baba James Boliba, Bagala Joyce Ntwatwa, Bajiri Agre Henry, Bahati David.
I vote aye.
Bahireira Tumekwase Sylvia,
Aye.
Bainababo Charity, Bainomugisha Jen Kabajungu, Baka Stephen Mugabi, Bachireke Namboze Betty, Bakabulindi Charles, Balimwezo Ronald Nsubuga, Banjirana Anifa Kawoya.
There is a procedure matter.
Madam Speaker, I know we are in this process because the president return the bill. But why is he on screen? Is he voting?
I am surprised that Honorable Semujo has lost a sense of seeing and analyzing. That is a picture. Now, you're looking at a picture as a person. It is on the wall, somebody's wall.
Banjirana Anifa Kawoya, Variomunsi Chris, Vasalirwa Asuman,
Aye.
Vataringa ya Basil Rwankwene,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Batua Timothy Lusala,
Madam Speaker, Batua, aye.
Vaiga Michael Philip Lulume, Bebona Babunji Josephine,
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Begumisa Mary, Boka Didi George,
Aye.
Vigirwa Nora Nyendoha,
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Vinji Patrick Nyanzi,
Right Honorable Speaker, aye.
Biraro Ephraim Ganshanga,
Aye.
Bika Lawrence Songa,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Bright Storm Amoti, Bukenya Michael Iga,
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Businge Harriet,
Aye.
Businge Joab, Businge Victoria Rusoke, Businge Penina Kabingani, Butime Tom Atenyi, Buturu Onsaba,
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Bwanika Abed,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Bwire Sano Nadeba,
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Vyakatonda Abdulu, Vyamukama Fred, Vyamukama Nulu Joseph, Vyanyima Nathan,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Vyarugaba Alex Vakunda, Chelaine Betty Luke, Chelengat
Madam Speaker, aye.
Chelengat Alinga Solomon,
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Chelimo Reuben Paul,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Chemaswet Abdi Fadil Kisos,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Chemonges William,
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Chemtai Evelyn,
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Chemtai Phyllis, Cheptori Sam Mangusho, Cherekut Rose Emma,
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Driwaru Jennifer, Ebwalu Jonathan, Echweru Musa Francis, Edakasi Alfred Elalu Olale,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Ekanya Geoffrey, Ekudo Tom Julius,
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Elotu Cosmas, Eluelu Peter, Emigu Julius Peter, Esenu Anthony Alden,
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Etuka Isaac Joaquino, Ezama Siraj Ibrahan,
I vote aye, Madam Speaker.
Peter Geoffrey,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Gafabusa Richard Muhumuza, Gidudu Mafwavi Dominic, Gume Frederick Ngobi, Hashim Suleiman,
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Igeme Nathan Naveta Samson,
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Ikojo John Bosco, Isabirie David Aga, Isabirie Idi,
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Isamat Abraham, Isingoma Patrick Mwesigwa, Ismail Mohammed Lomwa, Kala Kevin Ojinga,
Aye.
Kaya Christine Nachimwero,
Aye.
Kabahenda Flavia Rwabuhoro, Kabanda David.
Aye.
Kabasharira Naomi, Kabuho Florence, Kabura Derek, Kabusu Moses, Kabuye Frank, Kadaga Rebecca, Kafuzi Jackson Karugaba.
Aye.
Kagabo Twaha Mzee, Kahunde Helen,
Aye.
Kajwenje Twinomugisha Wilson,
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Kakembo Michael, Kamara John Nizeimana, Kamara Nicholas Tadias,
Aye.
Kamateniti Jocelyn, Kamba Leferigo,
I vote aye.
Kamugo Pamela Nasio, Kamukama Benjamin,
Right Honorable Speaker, aye.
Kamukama Davis, Kamuntu Moses, Kamsime Caroline, Kangwaje Stephen Rakanuma,
Right Honorable, I vote aye.
Kankunda Amos Kibuika, Kanushu Laura,
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Kanyike Ronald Evans, Karubanga David,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Ababiku Jessica,
Yes, thank you. Aye.
Karubanga,
Can we first finish the whole list, then we come back to those who have just come?
Karubanga Jacob Atenyi, Kasaija Matia, Kasaija Stephen Kagwera, Kasolo Robert, Katabazi Francis Katongole,
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Katali Loi,
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Katalihwa Donald Vyabazeire,
Aye.
Katenya Isaac,
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Kateshumbwa Dixons,
Aye.
Kato Mohammed,
Aye.
Katuntu Abdu,
I vote aye.
Katsabe Godfrey, Katsime Annette Mugisha,
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Katwesije Oliver Koyechenga,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Kauma Sauda,
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Kavuma Sam, Kawalia Abubakar,
Right Honorable Speaker, aye.
Kayagi Sarah Netalisire, Kayanga Baroda, Kayemba Godfrey Solo, Kayemba Geoffrey Solo, sorry. Kayoge Rayona, Kayondo Fred,
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Kazibwe Bashir Mbazira,
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Kemirembe Pauline Chaka,
I vote aye.
Kesande Grace Bataringaya, Kibaju Naomi, Kibalia Henry Morris,
Right Honorable Speaker, Bugabula South, aye.
Kiza Kenneth Nyendoha, Chinobere Herbert Tom, Kinshaba Patience Nkunda, Chintu Alex Brandon, Chirabo Agnes, Chirumira Hassan,
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Kisa Stephen Bakubalwayo,
Kisa Stephen Bakubalwayo, aye.
Kisembo Basemera Noelin,
Madam Speaker, aye.
Chitanywa Sowedi,
Right Honorable Speaker, aye.
Chitutu Mary Goreti Kimono, Chiwanuka Abdallah, Chiwanuka Kefa,
Madam Speaker, Chiwanuka Kefa, I vote yes. Aye.
Chiaga Hilary Innocent, Koluo Joseph Andrew,
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Komakech Christopher. Komol
Right
Emmanuel.
Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Komol Emmanuel. Komol Joseph Midi.
Madam Speaker, aye.
Kubeketeria James.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Kugonza Emily.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Kunihira Faith Philo.
Right Honorable
Kwizera-
Speaker, I vote aye.
Kwizera Eddie Wagahungu.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Kwizera Paul.
Right Honorable Speaker, aye for now.
Honorable Kwizera, I want either aye or nay, not for now. You just come and say you vote aye or nay, but not for now.
Honorable Speaker, aye.
Thank you.
Chakulaga Fred Bueno. Chakulaga Fred Bueno.
Honorable members, some silence.
Chebakut-
Paul, thank you for seeing the light.
Chebakutika now. Chebakutika Manjeri.
Meeting ID.
Chebakutika Manjeri. Chove Luke Inyensiko.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Thank you.
Choma Xavier Akampurira.
Madam Speaker, aye.
Toto Ibrahim Mululi.
Madam Speaker, Budiope West, aye.
Lagen David. Lagen David. Lake Sharon Balmoy. Lamwaga Catherine.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Lamwaga Margaret.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Leku Joel.
Right Honorable Speaker, aye.
Lematia John.
Madam Speaker, aye.
Lematia Ruth Molly Ondoru.
Madam Speaker, aye.
Linda Irene.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Lochap Peter Ken.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Lokeris Teko Peter.
Right Honorable, I vote aye.
Speak to the microphone. Mzee, speak to the microphone.
I vote aye.
Thank you.
Loki John Baptist. Loki Peter Abrahams. Lokoru Albert.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Lokwang Hillary. Lokwang Hillary. Lokwang Phillips Ilukol.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Lolem Mika Akasile.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Lubega Bashir Sempa.
Right Honorable Speaker, vote aye.
Lubega Medad Segona.
Is on Zoom.
Lubega Medad Segona. Lugolovi Amos.
Madam Speaker, aye.
Lukwago John Paul Mpalanyi.
The members on Zoom who have not been successful, we shall call your names again and see if you can be successful.
Lukwago John Paul Mpalanyi. Luchamuzi David Kalwanga. Lumu Richard Chizito. Lutaya Geoffrey. Lutamaguzi Semakula Paulson Kasana. Luanga Jimmy.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Macho Geoffrey.
Macho Geoffrey Busia, aye.
Magogo Moses Hasim.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Magolo John Faith.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Magola Rachel Muriel.
I vote aye.
Makoha Margaret. Malende Shamim.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Thank you.
Mamawi James.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Maneno Zumura.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Masaba Karim. Masika Apollo. Masiko N. Henry. Matovu Charles. Mawanda Michael Maranga.
Madam Speaker, aye.
Mayanja Alan.
I vote aye.
Mbabazi Jennifer Chomohendo. Mbabazi Pascal.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Mbadi Mbasu Wilson. Mbayo Esther Mbulakubuza.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Mboizi Arthur Wako.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Mbwate Kamwa Gafa. Migade Robert Ndugwa.
Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Modoi Isaac.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Moriku Joyce Kaduchu. Mpindi Bumali.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Mpuga Mathias.
Madam Speaker, aye.
Mugabe
Honorable
Donosio.
Oga, thank you.
Mugabe Donosio Kahonda. Mugabe Muzale Martin Kisule.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Mugabe Susan. Mugema Peter.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes. Aye.
Mujira James. Mugisa Margaret Muhanga. Mugole Mauku David Stephen.
Right Honorable Speaker, I do vote aye.
Mugumia Claire.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Muhesi Awaho Jennifer.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Muhindo Harold Tony. Muhozi R. David. Muhumuza David.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Muhwezi Jim Katugugu. Mukasa Aloysia Stalton Gold. Mukasa Julius Opondo. Mukaye Miriam. Mulimba John. Oh,
Mukaye Miriam, aye.
Mulimba John. Musa Noah.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Musana Eric.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Musasizi Henry Ariganyira.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Museveni William. Museveni William. Mushemeza Elijah Dickens. Musherure Shatsi Naevare Kutesa.
Madam Speaker, aye.
Musila John. Musinguzi Yona. Mutasingwa Diana Nankunda Kajenyi. Mutebi Noah Wanzala.
Tebi Noah Nakasangwala, I vote aye.
Mutembuli Yusuf.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with the Rule 99, Sub-Rule 6, I vote yes.
Mutiwa Geoffrey Eric.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Mutono Patrick Lodoy. Mutumba Abdul.
I vote aye, Madam Speaker.
Mutuzo Peace Regis. Muanga Chivumbi Muhammad.
Aye.
Muuma Milton Kalulu.
Madam Speaker, aye.
Mwesigwa Robert Rukari.
Switch on the mic.
Right Honorable, aye.
Thank you.
Mwijuche Francis.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Mwine Mpaka Rwamirama. Mwine Mpaka.
Mwine is on Zoom. Mwine, are you getting us?
Nabagabe Kalule Flavia. Nabanja Robina. Nabukera Hanifa Hussein.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes. Aye.
Nabukenya Brenda.
Mr. Kema, can you first call the cabinet ministers on Zoom?
Nabukenya Brenda.
Aye. Now Kenya Brand.
Call the cabinet ministers on Zoom.
Cabinet ministers on Zoom. They could mention their names and I tick.
No, we want them to go online. We want them to go online because they are entering for cabinet.
Cabinet members can mention their names and we tick and vote.
Yes. Can we have the names, please? Let's move. Okay, ma proceed.
Nafuna Muloni Irene Margaret.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Naigaga Mariam. Najuma Sarah.
Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Nakabuye Juliet Kakande.
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Nakadama Rukia Isanga.
Honorable Nakadama, we are in the house. You cannot.
Right, Honorable, I vote aye.
Next time, don't use the phone. Go out.
Nakato Mary Annette. Nakayenze Koni Galiwango. Nakazibwe Hope Grenia. Nachimuli Helen.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Nakut Faith Loru. Nakwang Christine Tubo. Nalule Asha Aisha Kawanda. Naluima Betty Ethel.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Namanya Neighbor. Namanya Neighbor. Nambeshe John Baptist.
Aye.
Namboze Teddy.
I vote aye, Madam Speaker.
Namuganza Passes Princess. Namuga Goreth.
Right Honorable Speaker, aye.
Namuju Sisi Dionysia.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Namukuta Brenda. Namutawe Joan.
Madam Speaker, aye.
Namuyangu Kacha Jennifer. Nandagire Christine Ndiwalana. Nandala Mafabi Nathan James.
Aye.
Nandutu Agnes. Nangoli Gerald.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Nantaba Aida Erios.
Aye.
Nantongo Fortunate Rose. Nantongo Fortunate Rose. Nanyondo Veronica Namaganda.
Yes, procedural matter.
Madam Speaker, when we are moving a petition to call Parliament after the death of Honorable Nevanda, we went to Luzira and got Honorable Chipoi to sign. The procedural issue I am raising on a matter as serious as this one, whether the Honorable Nandutu can be facilitated to vote, because the other suspects like Rugorovia here, they have voted. Can we facilitate her to vote?
Honorable member. Honorable Nandut is on Zoom. She will vote.
Natukunda Medias.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Natumanya Flora.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Naevale Sylvia.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Ndezi Alex. Ndezi Alex. Ndiomujenyi Roland. Nevanda Andiru Florence.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Nekesa Victor.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Ngompek Linus.
I vote aye.
Ngoya John Bosco.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Ninkusima John Paul.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Ninsima Boaz Kasirabo. Nirinjimana James Ruji Kaberuka.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Niwagava Wilfred. Nionsava Alex. Nkunyinji Mwada. Nkwasibwe Zinkuratire Henry.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Nsamba Patrick Oshabe. Nsanja Patrick Kayongo.
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Nsegumire Muhammad Kibedi.
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Nsereko Muhammad. Nsivambi Yusuf. Nsubuga Paul.
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Nyakato Asinasi.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Nyakato Dorothy,
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Nyachikongoro Rosemary,
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Nyamtoro Fiona, Nyangweso Dennis,
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Nyeko Derek, Nyirabashitsi Sarah Mateke, Nyongore Enoch,
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Obiga Kanya Mario, Obiga Rose,
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Obong Vincent Shedrick,
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Oboth Maxons Jacob,
Is on Zoom.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Thank you.
Obua Dennis Hamson.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Ochan Patrick. Ochan Patrick. Ochen Peter.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Ochai Maximus.
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Ochero Jim Bricky Norman.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Odoi Banadonen Mutusa.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Odoi Oyuelowo Fox.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote nay.
Odongo JJ Abubakar. Odu Jonathan.
Honorable members. Some silence.
Oguzu Lee Dennis. Oguzu Lee Dennis. Ogwal Moses Goli.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Ogwang Peter.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Ogwari Polycarp.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Ojara Martin Mapenduzi. Ojara Martin Mapenduzi.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Ojok Andrew Olanya.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Okasai Sidronia Sopolot. Okasai Sidronia Sopolot. Okai Bob.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Okelo Geoffrey Charles.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Okelo Nelson.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Okeo Peter.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Okia Joan Aniku.
I'm right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Okin PP Ojara. Okiror Bosco. Okorimoy Janet Grace Akech.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Okot Boniface Henry.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Okot John Amos. Okot Moses Jr.
Right Honorable Speaker. Prior to voting, I have a matter of an order to raise.
and I intend to raise it and I vote. Right Honorable Speaker.
Can we first vote, then you'll bring that order when we go to committee stage? You bring your matter. We are voting now. We are not on a discussion.
Right Honorable Speaker, this is a matter of an order.
Can we go to the next person?
Right Honorable Speaker, for the people of Kyoga County, I vote aye.
And now, whom are you giving an order? Whom are you giving an order? Can we go to the next person?
Right Honorable Speaker.
Junior, I thought you're supposed to be a lawyer. A respected lawyer.
I agree.
Junior, are you voting aye or nay? You have voted, eh?
I want to reaffirm my former position. And vote
Honorable
aye.
members, just bear with the Junior. Is going through hard time. I know what he's going through as a chairman of Lango Parliamentary Group. Next.
Okot Ogong Felix.
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Okot Peter.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Okot Santa. Okot Santa. Okulu Abukajalon Anthony. Okumu Gabriel.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Okupa Elijah.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Okui Samuel.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Olanya Gilbert.
Right Honorable, I vote aye.
Oleru Huda Abason. Olobo James.
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Omara Paul. Omoding Emmanuel. Onek Hilary Obaloke. Onegalit Dennis Amere.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Onen Charles.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Ongalo Clement Obote Kenneth. Ongalo Obote Clement Kenneth. Ongierto Emmanuel Joe. Onzima Godfrey.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Opio Samuel Achuti.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Opolot Fred.
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Opolot Patrick Isiagi. Opolot Simon Peter Okwalinga.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Orone Derrick.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Oseku Richard Oriebo.
Aye.
Osoru Maureen.
Aye, Right Honorable Speaker.
Otafire Kahinda. Otiam Emmanuel Otala.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Otim Giu Isaac Ismail.
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Otukol Sam. Paparu Lilian Obiale.
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Rugumayo Edson.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Ruhunda Alex. Rutahigwa Elisa. Ruyonga Joseph.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Rwaburindore Tarsis Vishanga. Rwabusheja Margaret Namubiru. Rwakojo Robin Agureme.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Ramirama Bright Kanyontore. Ramirama Bright Kanyontore. Remulicha Ivanda.
The Right Honorable Speaker, Romlicha Ivanda and Toroko, I vote aye.
Sazi Godfrey.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Sevamala Richard. Sekavira Dennis.
I vote aye, Right Honorable Speaker.
Sechindi Aisha. Sechanzi Bernard Kiria. Sendaula Christine Bukenya.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Siloani Solomon.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Sasaga Isaiah Johnny.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Sevikali Yoweri.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Segirinya Muhammad. Sejova Isaac.
Isaac is somewhere there.
Madam Speaker, aye.
Seth Kubo Theodore. Seth Toleko Robert.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Semuju Ibrahim.
Aye.
Semwanga Javira.
Zanzom.
Semwanga Javira.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Thank you.
Sentai Muhammad.
I vote aye, Right Honorable Speaker.
Senyoni Joel Besekezi. Serubula Stephen. Serukenya David.
Right Honorable Speaker, on the behalf of my people, I vote aye.
Sewanyana Alan Aloysius.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Seungu Joseph Gonzaga.
Madam Speaker, aye.
Simbwa Fred. Subi Kinyamatama Juliet.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Taka Agnes. Taban Sharifa Ate.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Taewa Habat Musasizi.
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Tevandeke Charles.
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Teira John.
Aye.
Tembo Gideon Mujungu. Tembo Gideon Mujungu. Tivasi Mwajoram Ruranga.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Timuzigu Kamugisha Michael. Tinkasimire Barnabas. Tumwebaze Frank Kajiji. Tumwebaze Frank Kajiji. Tumwesije Josephat.
Madam Speaker, aye.
Tumwine Anne Mary. Tusime Julius. Twala Fadil. Twesije John Ntamuhira. Twesije Nathan Itungo.
Right Honorable Speaker, aye.
Twinobusinje Jovanis.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Twinomujuni Francis Kazini. Wako Joy Peggy.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Wakabi Pius.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Wakaima Musoke Hannington Nsereko.
Aye.
Wachikona David Wanendea. Wachikona David Wanendea. Wakoli Godfrey. Waliomu Mwanika Moses.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Wamakuyu Ignatius Mudimi.
Madam Speaker, aye.
Wamala Edward Katumba. Wamala Nambozo Florence. Wambede Seth Kizangi Masa. Wanda Richard.
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Wandwasi Robert.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Wanyama Michael Oduori.
Aye, Madam Speaker.
Were Godfrey Odero. Were Godfrey Odero. Werihe Christopher Peter.
Madam Speaker, aye.
Wogorat Simon Peter. Wogorat Simon Peter. Wogorat Simon Peter. Zake Francis.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
That's Wokoraj, not Zake.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, this is Wokoraj. I vote a very big aye.
Zawede Victorious.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Zijan David Livingston. Abeja Susan Jolie.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Abeja, what have you said?
Aye.
There are members who entered in when they had called your names. Stand up, mention your name and vote.
Right Honorable Speaker, Kayagi Sarah, MP Namisindwa, I vote aye.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, Baiga Michael Ulume, I vote aye.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, Kabahenda Flavia, I vote aye.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, Chirabo Agnes, I vote aye.
Right Honorable Speaker, Nakazbe Hope Grania, one MP Mobende, I vote aye.
Right Honorable Speaker, Tony Ayo, MP Kwania, I vote aye.
Right Honorable Speaker, Bajiri Agre, I vote aye.
Right Honorable Speaker, Kamgo Pamela Nasio Budaka, I vote aye.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, Aol Betty Chan, I vote aye.
Right Honorable Speaker, Atima Jackson, Arua Central, I vote aye.
Right Honorable Speaker, Fiona Nyamtoro, National Youth Representative Female, I vote aye.
Honorable Speaker, Kabusu Moses for Chamuswa, I vote aye.
Right Honorable Speaker, Patience Nkunda, Kanunguman MP, I vote aye.
Right Honorable Speaker, Kabashara Naume, Rushen County, I vote aye.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, Akampulira Prosim Babazi, I vote aye.
Right Honorable Speaker, I and the people of Chikube, we vote aye.
Right
Yoho?
Honorable Speaker.
What's your name?
Asera Stephen Itaza.
Okay.
Right Honorable Speaker, Kayanga Berda, Family Municipality, I vote aye.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, Ayeku Patrick is my name. MP Soroti County, I vote aye.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, Kiza Kenneth Nyendoha Bujenje County, I vote aye.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, Kesande Grace, Rubiris District, I vote aye.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, Kaseja Stephen Kagwera, MP Burasha, I vote aye.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, Makoha Margaret, Woman MP Namaingo District, I vote aye.
Palimwenzo Ronald Nsuga, I vote aye.
Thank you.
Apollo Yeri, Toro Municipality, Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Thank you. Landlord.
I'm glad that the
Landlord.
Attorney General is here today, so things won't bounce back. Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Kampala Central, Muhammad Nsereko, I vote aye.
That is the landlord. Can we have
Right Honorable Speaker, Aleper Moses, Chekwi County, Kadam, I vote aye.
Thank you. Can we have the members on Zoom? Zoom. You repeat. Call their names.
Distinguished guests, I have a small
Abuye Frank,
that
Zoom.
Our chief guest to come and deliver his message.
Abuye Frank on Zoom.
I vote yes.
Aye.
That's Kabuye.
Honorable Okot John Amos.
Madam
on
Speaker,
Zoom.
Madam Speaker, Okot John Amos, on Zoom, I vote aye.
Honorable Karim Masava on Zoom. Masava.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, I vote aye.
Honorable Sevamala Richard on Zoom. Sevamala Richard.
I vote aye.
Honorable Kamateniti Jocelyn on Zoom.
I vote aye. Kamateniti Jocelyn on Zoom.
Honorable Mujungu Tembo. Honorable Tembo, Mujungu, Gideon. Honorable Ubega Medad Segona on Zoom.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes or aye, but I'm in the company of Honorable Atiang Stella, who would also like to vote with your permission.
Please go
Right
ahead.
Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, can I have order? Honorable members, they informed me they're going to use one iPad. They're in a conference. They're in a conference for Public Accounts Committee. So did you want him to be with a man? Can we continue?
Honorable Atiang Stella, please.
She has voted.
There's only one, okay.
She didn't. She voted.
Honorable Oken Joyce Achan.
Aye, I've voted already.
The list is confusing me. Honorable Ngiertho Emmanuel. Honorable Ngiertho Emmanuel. Honorable Akol Anthony on Zoom.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Thank you.
Honorable Nakato Mary Annette on Zoom.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Honorable Timuzigu Kamugisha Mike on Zoom.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Tusibu.
I vote aye.
Honorable Timuzigu Kamugisha Mike on Zoom. Aye. Honorable Tusime Julius on Zoom. Honorable Tusime Julius.
I vote aye.
Honorable Twesije John Tamuhira on Zoom.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Honorable Namukuta Brenda on Zoom. Honorable Namukuta Brenda.
Cyane ziba bifunye. Noneho ndi kubona wano ekali kuba clear. I don't know why.
Honorable members, the parliamentary language is English. We will not, it's not Lusoga. You vote yes or no? Brenda? Brenda, you voted? Brenda? Go ahead.
Honorable Tom Bright Amoti on Zoom. Tom Bright Amoti. Honorable Achora Nancy on Zoom.
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Achora Nancy. I vote yes for Lamu.
Honorable Oguzului Dennis. Oguzului Dennis. Honorable Akena James.
Boy, there is a seat near here.
Honorable Akena James Jimmy. Honorable Akelo Lucy.
Lucy voted.
Honorable Wamala Nambozo. Honorable Chemutai Phyllis.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote yes. I vote aye. Thank you.
Honorable Nakut Faith.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Julius John Bua, Member of Parliament of Tuke East constituency. I vote aye.
There is the Honorable Chairman there.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Patrick Ochan. I represent Apache Municipality. I vote aye.
There is Maruzi here.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
Who are you?
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Maxwell Ebong Patrick Akora, MP Maruzi County.
Thank you. We need it on record.
Right Honorable Speaker, Isabel David Aga representing the people of Ginger North. I vote aye. No, I say aye.
Yes, Boy.
Madam Speaker, I vote aye.
Honorable Chero of.
I am Musa Echero, Member of Parliament, Muria County.
Thank you. Any other on Zoom? Yes, you tell him. The ministers who are online, they can mention their names and vote.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Sechindi Aisha, Umani Representative, Kalungu District. I vote aye.
Let's use the iPad now.
Right Honorable Speaker, Emmanuel Ongierto, MP Jonam, I vote aye.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Gume Ngobi Frederick. I represent the people of Bulamoj Northwest Constituency in Kaliro District. I vote aye.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Esther Anyakunda Vinia, Woman Member of Parliament for Nakapipit District, and I vote aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Anifa Bangirana Kawoya, MP Maogora West. I vote aye.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Asamo Helen Grace, representing people with disabilities. I vote aye.
Thank you, Helen.
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Akelo Roslily, a member of Parliament for Karenga. I vote aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Oleruhuda Abasan. I represent the people of Waringa East from Yumbe District. I vote aye.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I am Major General retired Jim Katugugu Muhwezi, representing the people of Rurumbura County. I vote aye.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Peace Regis Mutuzo. I'm a woman member of Parliament representing the people of Unyangabu. I vote aye.
Thank you. Any other members on Zoom? Any other members on Zoom? Any other member was not voted? Any other member was not voted?
Excuse me, right on Speaker.
Yes, Moses.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Kamut Moses. I represent Rwanda West. I vote aye.
Thank you. Honorable members, we've done a roll call.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
That is-
Honorable KNPP.
I thought you've been longer in this house.
Yes, that's why.
No, I'm asking, I thought you've been longer in this house to know how voting takes place. How will I know that is the one on phone? I am asking, how will we know that is on the one on phone? Let the person go on Zoom. We are better off seeing even that the person is on Zoom, even if he has not voted. Okay? Let him go on Zoom. Hey, Kanya? Hey, Kanya? Can you vote?
I vote aye.
Honorable Chris Badomosi. Honorable Chris Badomosi.
Right Honorable Speaker, I vote aye.
You mention your name and constituency.
is Dr. Chris Bariomunsi, Member of Parliament, Chinchizi East, Nikanungu District. I vote aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Next. Next.
Honorable Speaker
Balmoy.
Paul O'Mara. Honorable Speaker Paul
Paul
O'Mara
O'Mara,
here.
can you vote?
Honorable Speaker Paul O'Mara here. I vote aye.
Thank you. Honorable Mpaka.
Right Honorable Speaker,
Honorable
Mwine Mpaka, I vote aye.
Thank you, Balmoy.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Lakesh Sharon Bamoy. I vote aye.
Thank you. Next.
Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Amuna. Represent the people of Rampara County and I vote aye.
Right Honorable
Thank
Speaker.
you.
Right Honorable Speaker. Tom Brighter Moti from Chaka Central, I vote aye.
Thank you. Next.
Honorable Speaker, I'm Charles Bakabulindi, Workers MP. I vote aye.
Yes. 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 Because it shows that they were there, but just because of the system. Any other? Yes, we are running out of them. Yes. I mean, there is one. We have it. Akelo Beatrice.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am present and I'm voting in support of the motion. Hi.
Christine, mention your name, your constituency.
I'm Beatrice Akelo Akori, woman MP Agago.
And you vote aye.
And I vote aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Christine. Thank you. Honorable Ravirama.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm Rwamirama Bright Kanyontere, MP Sinjiro County North, and I vote aye in support.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Ravirama. Yes, Bunyoro Affairs.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Namuyangu Kacha Jennifer is my name. Umanem Pichibuku District, and I vote aye.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, Okaso Polot is my name, MP for Kumi County in Kumi District, and I clearly vote aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm Fred Bwino Chakulaga, Member of Parliament for Chiguru North in Uganda District, and I vote aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Fred.
Right Honorable Speaker, Jane Ruth Acheng Ochero is my name. Woman MP Lira City. I vote aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Any other minister, government chief whip? Honorable members, the process that we are going through is to avoid an aspect of quorum. I know there are promoters here, the mercenaries who will rush to court in the name of quorum. This time around, you will not get us on quorum, and you will not get us on anything. So if Fadil, can you vote? Mention your name, your constituency.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Twala Fadil, Member of Parliament for Tingay County. I vote aye.
Silo.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm present. I vote aye.
Yes, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Silas Augun, Kumi Municipality Constituency. I vote yes. Aye.
I vote aye. There is somebody on Zoom. Someone is on Zoom with the paper. Who is? Can we see the face of the person? Can we have your face? Then we will know who has voted yes. Can we have your face? Honorable members, that is Namukuta Brenda. She has voted yes. Oma Namukuta, go back and cook. Next. Next. What's your role? What's your role? On vote on Honorable members, I have established that the members who have voted in favor are 348. Those who have voted against is one Honorable Fox Odoi. Nobody has abstained, but we still had more members who want to vote, but because of time, we have sufficient quorum for us to go to the next stage. Honorable members, now I'm putting a question. Now that we've established the quorum, I now put a question that the Anti-Homosexuality Bill 2023, as returned by His Excellency the President, in accordance to Article 91(3)(b) of the Constitution of Uganda and Rule 143 of the Rules of Procedure of this Parliament, be considered by this House. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
The Anti-Homosexuality Bill 2023, as returned by His Excellency the President, Bills Committee stage. Clause 2.
Clause 2, Chair. Honorable members, don't go very far. We are taking less than 30 minutes in this process.
Clause 2. Sorry. Clause 2, the offense of homosexuality. Clause 2 of the bill is amended by inserting immediately after subclause 4 the following. 5, for the avoidance of doubt, a person who is alleged or suspected of being a homosexual who has not committed a sexual act with another person of the same sex does not commit the offense of homosexuality under this section. Justification: to clarify the fact that the bill intends to criminalize only acts of homosexuality.
Mover of the motion.
Right Honorable Chair, I have no objection to the proposal by the committee.
Attorney General.
Right Honorable Speaker, we have no objection to this proposed amendment.
Honorable members, I put a question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2 as amended.
I put a question that clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Clause 3, Chair.
Clause 3, aggravated homosexuality. Clause 3 of the bill is amended by inserting immediately after subclause 4 the following. 5, for the avoidance of doubt, a person who is alleged or suspected of being a homosexual who has not committed a sexual act with another person of the same sex does not commit the offense of homosexuality under this section. Justification: to clarify the fact that the bill intends to criminalize only acts of homosexuality.
Move of the motion.
No objection.
Attorney General.
No objection, Right Honorable Chair.
I put a question that clause 3 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3 as amended.
I put a question that clause 3 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Clause 9.
Clause 9, premises. For clause 9, they substituted the following. 9, premises. A person who knowingly allows any premises to be used by any person for purposes of homosexuality or to commit an offense under this act commits an offense and is liable on conviction to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 7 years. Justification: to merge clause 9, 1 and 2 into one provision for clarity.
Mover.
Chair, I have no objection to the proposal.
AG,
And no objection, Right Honorable Chair.
I put a question that clause 9 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9 as amended.
I put a question that clause 9 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
Clause 14.
Clause 14, duty to report acts of homosexuality. Clause 14 is amended by substituting for clause 3 the following. 3, a person who knowing or having reason to believe that a person has committed or intends to commit an offense against a child or vulnerable person and does not report the matter to police, commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 5,000 currency points or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 6 months. Justification: in recognition of a duty imposed under Article 17(1)(c) of the Constitution to impose criminal liability against a person who knows or has reason to believe that a person has committed or intends to commit an offense against a child or vulnerable person and does not report the same to police.
Mover. Mover.
Chair, I have no objection to the proposal.
Honorable Odur, you have something?
Chair, the proposed penalty is 5,000 currency point. That means 10 million shillings. But the imprisonment is 6 months. It's clearly a mismatch between that. Either we enhance the imprisonment to match or reduce the currency point so that the severity is reflected. My proposal would be to increase the imprisonment to 5 years.
Yes, that is point. It contradicts. Yes, accept.
Right Honorable Speaker, the prerogative to prescribe a penalty lies with Parliament. Would have no objection to that if Parliament so pleases.
You just mentioned the period that we have considered to. The amendment, okay, redraft the amendment. You repeat the amendment brought by Honorable Odur.
The member proposes that the provision be read as follows: a person who knowingly or having reason to believe that a person has committed or intends to commit an offense against a child or vulnerable person and does not report the matter to the police, commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 5,000 currency points or imprisonment not exceeding 5 years.
Thank you. Honorable members, I put a question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by the committee and amended by the Attorney General of Uganda, Honorable Kiwanuka. Those in favor say those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14 as amended.
I put a question that clause 14 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
Clause 17.
Clause 17, repeal. Delete clause 17. Justification: a consequential amendment arising from the proposed amendments in clause 2 and 3.
Mover.
Chair and honorable members, I beg to move that the House do resume and the committee.
We are on 17.
Oh, I'm anxious that we complete this. Chair, being a consequential amendment, I have no objection.
AG.
Right Honorable Chair, being a consequential amendment, I have no objection.
I put a question that clause 17 be deleted as proposed by the committee. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Mover.
Honorable Chair and honorable members, I beg to move that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and the Committee of the whole House reports there are two. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Basolino.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has reconsidered the bill entitled the Anti-Homosexuality Bill 2023 and passed it with amendments discussed in the House. I beg to report.
Motion for
Thank you.
adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to move that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the whole House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading. The Anti-Homosexuality Bill 2023 as returned by HE the President.
Can we have everybody back in the House? We first ascertain the number before we go to the third reading. All members get back to the House. Ring the bell. Can you ring the bell? Honorable members, as we ascertain the number of the voting members, can we have the non-voting members out briefly? The non-voting members, ex-officials, so that we ascertain the number of the voting members. Can we have all the members in? Commissioners, can we have members in? Government Chief Whip, can we have your members in? Honorable members, as I said before, under Rule 24(1, that requires us to have quorum. Now the move of the motion is the one talking. Have you been compromised? He voted. That's how we voted. Honorable members, as we agreed before and as per the law, that we have to establish the quorum before we go to the third reading, which is very important. We have 301 members present and 40 on Zoom. That is 341. as opposed to 177. That means we have the quorum. Meaning the ayes have it. The quorum is met. Can we now move on? Bill third reading.
Bill third reading, the anti-homosexuality
We
bill.
can now have the Attorney General in the House. AG. Can we have the AG in the House? Government Chief Whip, can we have the AG? Thank you. Mr. Kema.
Bill's third reading, the Anti-Homosexuality Bill 2023 as returned by His Excellency the President.
Sponsor.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Anti-Homosexuality Bill 2023 be read third time and do pass as amended. I beg to move.
Thank you. Honorable members, in furtherance to Article 88 of the Constitution and Rule 24(1) of Rules of Procedure, and as earlier on, as I'd said earlier on, that we have 301 members present and 40 virtually, that's 341, as opposed to 177 that is required by the rules for us to have the bill go to third reading. I now put a question, now that we have the quorum. I now put a question that the Anti-Homosexuality Bill 2023, as returned by His Excellency the President, be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Anti-Homosexuality Act 2023.
The bill passed and the title settled. I want to, honorable members, today the 11th Parliament has gone again in the history of the books of Uganda, in the world, in Africa, and clearly brought the issue of homosexuality, the moral question that we talk about every day, the future of our children, protecting families. And I want to thank the President for allowing to be with us on this bill. And I want to ask the honorable members of Parliament to remain steadfast. No earthly thing, not handouts. Those small envelopes should not be the ones to destroy you. Let's protect Ugandans. Let's protect our values, our virtues. We have a culture to protect. The Western world will not come and rule Uganda. The aid that we have been getting is unconditional. If they are giving us a condition that they should use our children's bums to release the money, there is a right address to be used. We may disagree, but we disagree respectfully. And honorable members, I want to sincerely thank all of you for being strong on this bill. And the person I want to thank in a special way, who was attacked when he went to America, Honorable Lope. Thank you for standing firm. I want to thank the members who are here for standing firm on our morals. And as I've always said, if you say you'll deny us, you deny us visas. For me, I only want a visa for Bukedea. Bukedea and Buyende. Honorable members, no amount of intimidation will make us to retract from what we have done. Let's stand firm. Can we hear from the chair? Honorable members, listen. As you know very well that the history will judge us fairly. It will be known that in the 11th Parliament, we did it.
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, I want to thank God for this process and for the fact that he chose me to lead the committee during this vital time. I think it wasn't a mistake, and I thank him for that. I thank him for the president and for his guidance. I thank him for you, Madam Speaker, and for your strength. I thank him for the Attorney General and his staff. I thank the members of the committee, and I thank you, honorable colleagues. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all those that appeared before us and gave their testimonies. And I want to thank the children of Uganda for standing firm with us. And I pray that we all stand by what we have passed today.
Thank you. Thank you. And order on home. There is nobody on the floor, Haji.
The order can be in Parliament.
No.
Madam Speaker, the point of order I am raising.
On home.
We are doing this bill because of one person. That person happens to be President Museveni. So how can you thank someone who's making us do this work a double?
If there is anybody in this country who loves President Museveni, it is Honorable Semoju. Honorable members, can I hear from the sponsor?
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
Can I hear from the sponsor?
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
What procedure?
Madam Speaker, I really want to appreciate the way you are handling, but I don't know whether we are proceeding well by thanking all those people without thanking yourself. I really want to find whether we are proceeding well by not thanking yourself.
Honorable members, just understand, Honorable Macho, you know, being somebody at the border, he can smuggle in anything. Honorable Basalira, and I want to tell the people of Bugiri, whoever doesn't vote for these people who are here, I want to tell the people of Uganda that whoever doesn't vote for these people here, those people are homosexuals. Honorable members, tomorrow we are going to display the whole list of members who have voted for all the Ugandans to know who has stood by them. It will be on the press, print press. Basalira, on what?
Right, Honorable Speaker, we just need to allow us vote because we just found ourselves in the constituencies that haven't been around. And tomorrow we are going to display the list when we are not on. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are requesting you kindly to read our names so that we can vote.
Honorable Basalira. Honorable members, Basalira.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you. I think now, Right, Honorable Speaker, you now understand why it's important to be on record on this matter. But I want to thank you so much for the support and guidance you have rendered. Permit me in a special way to thank the seconders of this motion, the Honorable Jonathan Odur, the Honorable Saro Pendi, Father Onen, Shemaswet, and the entire house. And the entire house. I say so, Right Honorable Speaker, because
is Father Nen in? Father Nen.
Yes, is a
No, Father wants to say something. First name, Father.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank you in a special way, not only as the Speaker of this House, but as the mother. The month of May is the month of motherhood. We celebrate motherhood. And I believe, and I know the mothers outside, they are very happy with what you have done because their children are saved and will be saved. I want to thank all the honorable members in this House for the collective responsibility and the common stand we have made as a parliament. Secondly, the other time when, when I pointed at the moon, all eyes were on my finger. And the one who was disturbed most was Honorable Magogo. So I want to clarify today that I did not have any special interest on the Speaker. Indeed, it is true. It is true. As priests, we always witness, we are the chief witnesses. Priests are the chief witnesses in the holy matrimony. And a witness by definition is a person who has the facts. And you cannot actually be a witness if you don't have the what? Honorable members, I studied geography. And in geography 1, there is what we call geomorphology, the coastal geomorphology. When you look at the coastal geomorphology, it defines the alignment of the coral reefs and everything, So it is fitting that for sure we need to appreciate the gift of God. The essence of humanity is preservation of life. And this can only be guaranteed through procreation. When you look at the motor vehicles, like the motorcycle, the vehicle, they always top the oil from the top, but not from down. I really pity, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, when I used to catechize the parents, I used to tell them that when you're giving names to your children, avoid names like Cobra, Fox, because the children will eventually behave like those preachers. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Father. Honorable hosts, can we finish? Can we finish?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I think the House will appreciate why you had to ask Father Onen to say something. This debate would be incomplete without closing remarks from Father Onen. We want to thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, Father Onen was being appreciated in the context of being a second on record together with the others, the colleagues, and I want to appreciate the House because this bill here, I know all of us have faced intimidation out there. You know, people being promised to be denied visas, travel restrictions, and bans. But we've been able to withstand that. I want to thank you so much. Right Honourable Speaker, when you said we meet here at 9, I was here at 8. And at 8:30, there was nobody in the house. And I began getting scared that are people being demobilized. But when it came to 9 o'clock, 9:15, the house was very full. I was comforted. Colleagues, I want to thank you so much for the support, for the solidarity. I also want, Right Honourable Speaker, in a special way to thank the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. This is a very technical bill. It's a very technical bill. I recall when I met my colleague, one of the issues he was raising is that the language is legalistic. In fact, my colleague, fellow party leader, Mr. Museveni, that the language, he needed language which is simpler. And one of the things we've been trying to do here is to make the bill understandable to all of us. I want to thank the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. I want to thank the Attorney General, Right Honourable Speaker, Senior Counsel Kiriowa Chiwanuka. We've been working together in this bill. And I want to invite colleagues, please read and understand this bill. Read, understand this bill, and be able to explain it. And I'm very sure when we do so, nobody will misunderstand us. Thank you for defending our motto, for God and my country. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honorable Lob, then Attorney General.
Much obliged, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to congratulate the move of the bill. And I want to invite everyone to understand the length and breadth of our public duty. And that legislation is a derivation from society, culture, norms, and aspirations. And therefore, don't only pass the bill into law. I invite you to read it and even understand it so that you can defend our view of society and life. While I was in the US, I challenged the people I met, especially Africans, that we can see their struggle to defend the right to sexual orientation. But I don't see them defend the right of Africa in, say, transfer of technology like the Chinese are doing. The black race is struggling to transfer homosexuality, not technology, to Africa. And nobody could answer me. So we need to raise the context of our argument so that it's not really visualized in the narrowness of our argument. We are not a backward people. We can sever simplicity from serious matters. And this is my invitation to members of parliament. Do not take the law on, on face value. Understand it. It's a very simple law to understand, even if you're not a lawyer. So speak to our people. There are no emotions in this. At least if you do not understand what we have done, I understand. Come, I will give you a 1-hour lecture on what we have done for free. We do not have to labor. We owe ourselves a duty to preserve humanity, to preserve our culture, protect our children in particular. Very, very critical. Some people in government are afraid, right, Honourable Speaker, of the flow of resources. Can I tell you, rest your fears. Fight the corruption. We have enough money here. Stop stealing public funds. We have enough money to even lend those who are intimidating us. If only we can stop hemorrhage by just a half, would be lenders in this region. We have enough money. Those who are struggling with the law, let's be one people fighting corruption, channel our resources appropriately, get to understand how resources are hemorrhaging in this country by a small cabal of people, and the rest of the country is suffering. Right, Honourable Speaker, resources, whatever source they are, should never be used as a source of intimidation. We had meetings at the World Bank. The Land Attorney General was there. You now understand the new approach to lending. Shall we really have to wait until the paradigm shifts again? We have enough resources here. Right, Honourable Speaker, tomorrow we shall have a debate on our gold resources that are being fleeced and hemorrhaged by a small cabal. The House should sit in these numbers and legislate, protect our resources. We have enough resources here. Then we shall stand on the same pedestal with the lenders and tell them, please, you can keep your money, we shall protect our country. I thank you for God and my country.
Thank you so much. Honorable Attorney General, then the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and honorable members of the House. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank you, the Committee on Legal chaired by Right Honorable Akojo, my honorable, I beg your pardon, my learned friend, Honorable Asman, the mover of this bill, and I would like to thank the House for reconsidering the President's proposals to this bill and addressing them with all the considerations that we had and looking at listening to each other on what is anticipated and what is expected. We thank you very much. The bill, once the bill is passed into law, it's the duty of the executive to execute it, and we shall do our part as the executive. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
And can you make sure that the bill is sent to the President tomorrow?
Right Honorable Speaker, I will be happy to send it if you allow me. I thought you were the Parliament was going to send it.
No, it has still to come to you. That's why you write those dishonest letters.
Right Honorable Speaker, we shall do our part.
Okay.
We shall do our part.
Okay. Government.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the mover of the motion, Honorable Basalirwa, and the chairperson of the committee. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the firm stand on this motion and the entire Parliament that has used the solidarity to see that everybody is in the House and that everybody is supporting this motion. I want to thank Executive Fox Odoy, Honorable Fox Odoy. I want to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for supporting this motion and for standing together with Parliament. I want, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to tell my honorable colleague, the leader of the opposition that government is not in
I have
fear.
never seen a Hajj putting a Hajjat on order. She's just giving. She's just complimenting. Hajj. Hajjat, continue.
The leader of opposition that government is not in fear of resources, and it's the reason that all the members of parliament are here, all the ministers are here, even those who were in cabinet, they had to vote, and they were voting in the support of the motion. So I want to thank everybody that we need to keep our cultures. The government of Uganda has been the first to come up with this in support of this motion, not to allow homosexuality, yes, in the country.
Thank you.
And it is on record that His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, being the father of the region, has set an example where I see that many presidents are going to follow what Uganda has set aside as a president. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, just an announcement that the honorable members who do wish to go to the late's home. The home is in Chanja, Ring Road, Chanja Village, Chanja Town, Kira, Wakiso. You can get in touch with the Honorable Okot Bitek and Honorable Government Chief Whip for any direction. We need to support our colleague. He's one of us, and we need to stand with the family. It's a big loss to Parliament. Then finally, the members of Parliament, 11th Parliament, you're very wonderful members of Parliament. I love the unity of this Parliament. You are now our some team, and let's continue working together for the good of humanity. I now suspend the House to 3 p.m.
That's the answer. Anze ubakola bikuwetero nange mpete.
Wamala okukola assessment naye identifying n'abasaara badafutula bulungi omusolo ngenda kumuweezingira
gundi bye yatukoleranga oyo omusajja oyo ogundi nokutemuke atugenda nga tulese ambulance ngamakoleko n'atutolerako
kati eyo power bagimuni kikola niwazirikanga kimukulako
now who is to do that way?
No, it's automatic. Anybody will walk to URA and say, n'abo beebadde ekyesiimo okusasula amabanja, they will walk to URA and pay on the principal without penalty and
without penalty
and for this period as a public school. Ekyo tuweezinze ssente zonna ze badde babanja aba URA. URA ze badde banja ba taxpayers.
Ebadde manja kitegeeza bwebanga ebadde manja when I come in I will just pay the manja without the penalty.
Without the penalty. That's what it means. Commissioner badagamba nze mumpeereze powers. Nja kufuna payment to your side.
Juma abadde asasula
bulungi. Wala asasula bulungi muwe. Bw'aba asasula bulungi
however atasasule ne penalty.
Now kati bano olwokuba tebasasula commissioner bagamba tujja kumuwa. Naye ate wakiri sits open, implying that anybody now can walk into and that way. But then the question is, you are able to go to the family, and they have been spending money. Sorry, they have been spending money to recover this money. Now you're saying,
Fameda sasula just they bamubanja. I may sasula penalty.
That's the implication. But it's one thing of the message. Legally, it's realizing
those files is substituted with the following. Whoever
they would rather
the payment of this.
The entire story getting away with it.
Kati kambuzi njagala kulaba ekikadde empoyo n'okuyinakadde
This
is a new one. This is a new
clause. But the introduction according to government was encompassing the commission. The government by introducing them, they have been without the commission, meaning that they have left it open. Now we are going to the government position would have left it as a discretion.
So, and say commissioner. This is a new clause. Yeah? They are saying this is clause 5 that should be the following. Web of the interest and penalty on payment of principal tax. Any interest and penalty outstanding as at 30 2023 shall be waived where the taxpayer pays the principal tax by 31st December. That means I pay only principal without paying the penalty. So it's like rather try but now the commissioner is at first initially was the commissioner that we commissioner powers to weigh, but when you look at clause 5, without the commissioner, which is supposed to be because and when you get someone who has defaulted, the person pays only the principal without paying.
Now the law is covered.
Acha nitie rate yake kwa
I want to put the same number of water like Uganda.
Honorable members, I want to welcome you back from your lunch. A motion was moved on the income tax and the chair was not yet in. Now that the chair is in, we could get the report from the chair. But before the chair comes in. Can I have the Attorney General?
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for affording myself and the Deputy Attorney General an opportunity to confer with you on the issue at hand. Right Honorable Speaker, like I've said before, where we did not do well, we sincerely apologize. And we have assured this House that that shall not happen again. Even if we have a disagreement, we shall put it squarely on the record and all of us will have a conversation about the same. I sincerely request, Right Honorable Speaker, that you rescind your earlier decision not to allow the Deputy Attorney General to present bills in my absence. But like I said, Right Honorable Speaker, we are really apologetic of what went wrong, but we will do better. We'll continue to do better. We'll continue to improve. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Attorney General through you for his commitment. But you see, you saw what happened, and the Attorney General had to go out to talk with the press. And indeed, it was escalating what happened here. And I would pray with your wisdom, let him also come back, stay with you to show the same apology. You see, it's not good to talk for a Deputy Attorney General who is a member of Parliament. It's very, very important. And indeed, what you are saying, the Speaker, with her wisdom and powers, can rescind the decision. But what's the feeling and the heart of the Deputy Attorney General who backstabbed us? Because it was real backstabbing, we don't want to go back. So, Madam Speaker, my prayer through you to the Attorney General is you call your deputy to do his role. Because definitely we must work hard to avoid the creation, to see that separation of power is given first-hand attention. Otherwise, we are going to have a clash in this government. And you know the challenges you are facing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mukatuliki.
Right Honorable Speaker, if so pleases you, we could revisit this matter because when the Deputy Attorney General gets here. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Honorable members. I think Attorney General has apologized on this matter. For us, we are Christians. Let him execute his work, but with honesty. We should execute the work with the honesty and respect. We just need to have respect for each other and we move on. There is nothing personal. Yes.
Much obliged.
Honorable members, let's not waste our time on this issue. Yes.
You see, Madam Speaker, you know also when we are here, you know the challenges we give you. Sitting in that chair is not so easy. And once you are seated, you command everything in this house. Here we are, the Attorney General was giving an apology. His deputy, who is my friend, by the way, was just ears on the ground. And as he comes in and say, we pray, let him use the decorum of Parliament. He make a brief statement and we continue doing work well. And he knows how we carry out our work with him. So I think it's a simple matter. Now he's going to raise what? I don't know. The speaker has not picked you. I'm on the floor.
No, you finish and he gets up.
And he's saying, you know, let him sit down, Madam Speaker, so that when I go down, he stands up as you give him a chance to talk. But we want to command decorum and respect for the institution of Parliament and the Speaker of Parliament. We hate backstabbing. I want to repeat that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable member, any action that we take is not out of an attack to Anita. It is an attack to institution of Parliament. And that's why you find I have promised we'll never allow anybody to backstab Parliament, to underrate Parliament. And whatever fight we go on for is for the good of the integrity of Parliament, the decorum of Parliament. But since the Attorney General has been apologetic, we have no reason to hold. Can we hear from Doug?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
At least now you can smile. You originally
That's
were
I'm always smiling. I appreciate Honorable Serungu's concerns, and I think he's right. I appreciate the concerns raised by members, and I think we can do better going forward. I oblige. Thank you very much, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Okay. Honorable members, can we have Honorable Dr. Kefa present his report?
Madam Speaker, the report I'm presenting is the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023, where the minister has already moved the motion. And I'd like to start by laying the document with your indulgence, Madam Speaker. I would like to lay, as we conducted the hearing at the same time, and the witnesses were commenting on all the bills in the meetings that we had.
That's okay. You can lay.
I request that I lay.
Yes, there's a procedure matter. Is that doctor?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in the morning, we had assurances here, and there was euphoria that government has money. However, a group of doctors have been unpaid for the last many months. Others have not been deployed for 9 months. And the Minister of Finance is here. And that irrespective of the appropriation of this house for the financial year. And we are assuring everyone in Uganda that we have money to look after ourselves.
Doctor.
Are we therefore proceeding well after assuring everyone that we have money when doctors are not being paid, yet they are working?
Doctor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Doctor, we are proceeding very, very well. Because what we are doing is looking for money. The bills we are handling is looking for money. The issue of the doctors was brought up to my office, and I gave the chairperson of Health Committee who presented it in the budget. All we need to find out, is it budgeted for now? And if it is not budgeted for what has not been paid must be released. That is going to be handled. Finance, you need to look at what has not been paid for the interns, and you need to have it released.
Madam Speaker, last week, I appeared before the Committee on Health over the same matter, and I gave them assurances that what was budgeted for in this financial year will be released. And going forward, we shall also agree on how to manage it.
Thank you. Taxman, Honorable Taxman Nathan, I'm happy you're here. Can we move on? Is it on the same?
On taxation and money. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, last week, again, there were these issues of money came, and we did raise the matter that one of the challenges we are having is the Minister of Finance giving exemptions for people, and we lose out. And the Speaker directed, because for the last 1 year, Madam Speaker, because Public Finance Management Act under Section 77 talks about the Minister of Finance laying a report of the companies that have given exemptions. And he was directed, because 31st of March came and passed, he has not laid, and he was directed to have laid a thing on last week on Thursday, but because of what happened, we couldn't. Again, the minister here started today. Before we go into these bills, can we know from the government, when are they laying those reports? Because it's a command of the law. When is the minister bringing those things to lay on the table as required as per the Finance Management Act, Section 77, Right Honorable Speaker?
Thank
The minister
you.
has kept dodging.
Honorable Minister, we asked for that report plus a justification for an exemption. Because if we are looking for money, we should be knowing why are the other exempted, who authorized, and that kind of thing. When do we have the report?
Madam Speaker, it is true, last week Honorable Cooper raised this matter pursuant to Section 77 of the Public Finance Management Act, which requires us to lay our report on tax expenditure on a quarterly basis. Madam Speaker, consistent with the provision, on 23rd of March this year, we wrote to you informing you that in this quarter, there was no tax expenditure which we made. Therefore, there is no report to lay before the House for this quarter.
You mean we are not talking about this year, this financial year? You mean we don't have companies that have tax exemptions?
Madam Speaker, maybe.
Madam Speaker, the rest of the information is in the possession of Parliament. We have provided all this information before, and the record is.
Is asking for another document too much for you? Are we asking for too much? So what do we have in Parliament if you don't have?
Right Honorable Speaker.
What do you have? Who are those people who have exemptions? How were they given? Because now if you're saying you don't have, Honorable Minister. Yes.
Madam Speaker, the Honorable Cooper is raising an issue and is citing Section 77 of the Public Finance Management Act. And what he's asking for has always been provided. In the quarter which is referring to, we did not waive any tax on behalf of any person. And we wrote to you, Madam Speaker, informing you the same. So I have no information to provide to the House.
Maybe you could still give me the letter that you wrote to me, because I don't remember getting it. Give it to me once again. But the Section 77 we are talking about is a report on exemption of tax. A person or an authority granted power to exempt payment or to vary any tax under the Act of Parliament shall in each financial year on or before 30th of December and the 31st day of September and the 31st day of December make a report on the matter to Parliament. 31st day of March, you are expected to give us a report of the tax exemptions. That's all we want. We want a report. Who are those? Before you clarify, can I hear from there?
Madam Speaker, the minister says that he wrote to you, but the law.
I am saying I did not get.
Yes, but the law requires him to report to the House, not to write to you. So I think the minister, whether the report has nothing about the tax exemptions given, he's supposed to table the report before the House.
And when you go ahead, it says a report made under this subsection 1 shall indicate a person exempted from payment of tax, a reason of the exemption, the amount of tax foregone by government, and the benefits to government from the exemption. That is what it is saying. So we need a report on the floor. Yes, Chairman Bugisu.
Madam Speaker, I want to state, first of all, thank you for the opportunity. I want to tell the Minister of Finance, I think you are running away from your responsibilities. The only body allowed to exempt taxes is Parliament. And it always does it by act of what? Parliament. And Madam Speaker, if a minister comes here to tell us in the last quarter there were no exemptions, it is the biggest lie which has happened. And I want to state this. For example, if we have given you tax holidays, I want to give an example that this company was given tax holidays for 10 years. And that company imports equipment. That equipment will be cleared by customs, but they will not pay what? Taxes. So are you telling us that for the last 6 months up to now, none of those companies were exempted have imported either materials or plant and machinery? Madam Speaker, Minister of Finance is coming here to tell you, we wrote it to you, because they assume this Parliament will not interrogate. The interrogation we're looking about the exemption.
Honorable Nandala, nobody wrote to me.
Okay, Madam Speaker.
What the law requires is a report on the floor. A report on the floor, not a letter to me.
So, Madam Speaker, if there was no, even if, of course, that's very good. And what we're trying to clarify here today, that Honorable Musasizi, exemption does not mean that when we allowed somebody to bring in items and he brought, you don't treat it as an exemption. Because you have to get every monthly basis from customs. How much of the people were exempted never paid the taxes? Domestic taxes, mention it. So, Madam Speaker, is the minister right to tell us here that in the last 6 months, none of those we allowed tax exemptions have not done an act which should have attracted tax?
Honorable Minister, can we have a report on Thursday on the floor? Whether it is a report without an exemption, but we need a report.
Madam Speaker, with your guidance, I will report on Thursday.
Thank you. Yes.
You see, Madam Speaker, I had thought that even after the fall of this government, people like Honorable Musasizi will be part of the next government. Because he's a very intelligent person. But
the government is not falling.
I said when, I didn't
when
give
it
the
falls.
date. But his level of stubbornness. Because Minister of Finance, you can walk there. When Leighton Sibambi was the Prime Minister here, he used to order documents to be brought in 10 minutes. If you have a report and it is there, you waste Parliament's time, 30 minutes they are talking about you, stand, I wrote a letter, I did this. That level of stubbornness we will not now allow you in the next government. But Madam Speaker, since you have guided that he comes back, because I was going to ask you to order him to go and bring the report right now, since he says it exists.
Let's first handle this. Yes. Yes, Angora. Members, we need to move.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Is it on the same?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
But I thought I'd made a ruling. Honorable.
Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, as laying, and I requested that as we had the witnesses, the witness would comment on the various bills. that I lay all the document at the same time
Please do.
and the means.
Let's do. Those are minutes of which taxes, which bills? Read the bills.
All the bills that we handle, the income.
Why don't you read them? Is it hard for, yes?
Right, Honorable, these include income tax, amendment 2023, excise duty, amendment 2023, tax procedure, amendment 2023, traffic and road safety, amendment 2023, and then we have lotteries and gaming, amendment 2023, and the mutual convention 2023. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, thank you. That's why it is good to have a woman near you.
Okay.
Pardon?
Now,
Madam Speaker, for the record, I have two.
But you pass the right way. You use the right address. Let's continue. Chair, continue.
The object of the bill was read by the Honourable Minister. I will not repeat that. In 40 of our report, some clauses were withdrawn. Clauses to do with the capital gains and the expansion of provision of limiting interest deduction to include microfinance deposit, including microfinance deposit taking institution and Tier 4 microfinance institutions. Some of those bills were withdrawn. No, the clauses in the bill, the income tax bill, were withdrawn. On 13th April 2023, the Home Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development appeared before the committee to present the tax bills for the financial year 23-24. The Home Minister, in his submission to the committee, withdrew the following provisions that had earlier been included as part of the income tax amendment bill. Clause 2B, amendment of section 2B of the Principal Act. Clause 3, amendment of section 18 of the Principal Act. Clause 4, amendment of section 19 of the Principal Act, and many others, Right Honorable Speaker. In the 4.1, the bills 411, the bill sought to repeal paragraph MMM2, which defines royalty to include any gain on disposal of an intellectual property right. The amendment further separates the sale of intellectual property from royalty. 412, definition of business income. The bill had sought to amend section 18 of the Principal Act to delete reference to gains and losses on disposal of assets from the definition of business income, and had repealed the definition of business asset. The amendment removed all reference to capital gains and losses. The amendment further removed the definition of a business asset from the provision of the composition of business income. 413 was about collective investment schemes. The bill had sought to revise the tax regime on collective investment schemes. 50, observation and recommendation of the committee. Arising from the committee's interaction with the stakeholders in 30, the committee made the following observation and recommendation. 5.1, domestic revenue mobilization strategy. The Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development informed the committee that the revenue strategy in financial year 23-24 is to continue the implementation of the domestic revenue mobilization strategy for the medium term. The domestic revenue mobilization strategy contains both tax policy and tax administration reforms, whose objectives are: one, to mobilize sufficient revenue up to a tune of 16 to 18% of the GDP by the end of 2026, 2027, and two, to provide the right incentive to support industrialization and development of domestic value chains. The ministry further noted that to reach the desired target of at least 16% of tax to GDP in the medium term, government targets to increase revenue by at least 0.5% of GDP per year. This means that for financial year 23-24, government aims to increase revenue from 25 trillion, which is 13.4% of GDP, and that is projected to grow to 29.3 trillion, which is 14% of GDP in financial year 23-24. Which would then mean that we'll be getting additional revenue of Uganda shillings 3.7 trillion, or 6% percentage of GDP. The committee raised the concern regarding the implementation of the next phase of the domestic revenue mobilization strategy, with the current strategy expected to conclude in June 2024. Further, the global economic outlook is dire, with the economy likely to have a downward trend of 0.3%, and this shall affect domestic revenue mobilization. The committee further noted the negative impact of tax exemptions, which is leading to a slower growth in the tax to GDP ratio. The table under, this has been uploaded on our iPads. The table under summarizes the sources of income and their contribution. Now, there we make a recommendation, Right Honorable Speaker. The committee recommends that government domestic revenue mobilization efforts be enhanced through the widening of the tax base. Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should step up budgetary allocation to the Tax Policy Department and URA to enhance efforts to build capacity. That includes staffing levels, digitalization processes, training and research, analytical capacity in forecasting for both tax and non-tax revenue to implement the domestic revenue mobilization strategy interventions. In 5.2, we comment on the amendment of Section 18 of the Principal Act, which is about capping the carried forward losses to 50%. And our conclusion is that we finally agree with the minister that they should be capped. We make recommendation on that. The losses are capped to 5 years. The unrecovered capital allowances for capital assets which were granted as initial allowances, accelerated depreciation, and by law will be recovered over time of the asset of the depreciation rates as provided in the existing law. 5.3 is the insertion in the Principal Act. In the Principal Act, something about withholding tax for income derived from non-resident digital service providers. Right Honorable, we have a minority report on this, but in a brief, the committee was concerned that it's not within our jurisdiction in a way. The providers are not within our jurisdiction, and enforcement mechanism were not clear. But we are also cognizant that the commissioners, Commissioner General of equivalent to URA had met in Uganda and agreed to do that charge. And so we agree with the ministry on the charge. Then in 5.4, we deal with the salary exemption of taxes on salaries of state prosecutors. And this one, briefly, the head of prosecution, DPP, met with the president way back in last year. And on the 15th of August, the president wrote to the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance, I think, just ignored the letter, and the matter has dragged on to the president. Then they made an appeal. They made a petition. They petitioned the parliament, and when we were hearing, they came in and we handled their matter. And in brief, it's about collection. They were appealing for their taxes to be exempted. No, appealing for their salaries to be or employment income to be exempted from taxes. And this was intended to correct an anomaly. Prosecutors are the only actors in the criminal justice cluster whose employment income is still being taxed. This anomaly has to be corrected by way of amendment of the law. And then B, to have harmony among players in the criminal justice system, there is need to harmonize the benefits and other incentives of players in the same cluster for better performance. Prosecutors, for example, have the same academic qualification as their counterparts in the judiciary and work in the same environment, carry a similar workload. It is only fair that their salaries are equally exempted from tax just like their counterparts. And lastly on that, staff retention. The rate of staff turnover of Office of Director of Public Prosecution is very high. Every single year, the office loses a big number of staff to other institutions, especially the judiciary, because of the tax incentive. The staff of the DPP loses to the judiciary, private practice, and other agencies with better emolument live with very high skills accumulated over time that cannot easily be replaced, hence leaving the ODPP in a state of stagnation over time. Finally, the world over, people who render a critical service of a public good, such as law enforcement, are accorded special privilege in recognition of their services. In the Western world, for example, law enforcement officers get preferential treatment when boarding planes and other public means of transport, get special attention in health facilities, and are exempted from specific tax obligations. This is the spirit under which Section 21(1)(2) of the Income Tax Act was enacted, save for the omission of public prosecutors. So on that one, the committee is recommending that Section 21(1)(2) of the Income Tax Act is amended to include the employment income of prosecutors in the office of the DPP as tax-exempt employees. 5.5 is amendment of Section 118F, 118G, 118H, and the Part 12, Roman 12 of the third schedule of the Principal Act, withholding tax on commission by financial institution to agent bankers. And the recommendation here is that the agency bankers are making some money. And we ask ourselves whether it's a business, and it was agreed it's a business. And as a business, we therefore recommended that they should pay tax just like any other business. The committee recommends that Section 118F, 118G, 118H, and Part 12 of the third schedule of the Principal Act are amended to provide for withholding tax on all commission agents at a rate of 15%. Right Honorable Speaker, that's our recommendation. As I mentioned, I have a minority report on the digital services which are outside Uganda, like Facebook, networks and others. And then I also have a minority report on the DPP, exemption of their employment income from taxes. I beg to report, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Chair, for the report. I'm also aware we have two minority reports on the same. And the two members are ready to present their reports together.
Right Honorable Speaker, as the Shadow Minister for Finance, I have an obligation to manage this site so that we don't repeat things that happened last week.
Thank you.
And I'll put some order to this office and I hold it to some level of integrity.
Minister of Finance, Shadow Minister of Finance, can you?
Because of the technical nature of these presentations, there are areas where I'm not an expert. And those areas, this committee is blessed. For each area, it has got someone who is really very thorough in it. So this presentation of minority report has two sections. There is a section where Honorable Nandala Mafawi is a very, very technical expert and we shall benefit from his input. And I'll let that section to him. There is a section on digital technology. I'm not an expert. Honorable Nsereko Muhammad is an expert and I'll let him take a lead on it. And there are only two other areas where for me, a humble economist, I'll speak to. Right Honorable Chair, Right Honorable Speaker, sorry, I've been in a committee speaking to the chairperson, so the word chair is on my lips. Let me first make a general comment on all taxes, where we come from. This exercise we are embarking on, the government side failed to provide any researched data on any proposal in this bill. So all that we are going to pass is based on rationalization and sound reasoning. But there is no research backed, and that was admitted. So it's very unfortunate that we work with those standards. The first aspect that I'm descending on is the exemption tax on employment income of state prosecutors in the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution.
Honorable Mara, leave my taxman.
Right, Honorable Chair. Let me first do two disclaimers. I have nothing particular against state prosecutors. I'm a beneficiary at one time. As a young man leading activism, at one time I was arrested and a treasonal charge had been placed on me. The Directorate of Public Prosecution deemed there was no prima facie case and I was put on unlawful assembly. So I owe it to the Office of the Prosecutor. I'm here as a member of Parliament, as a beneficiary, not a beneficiary, out of a court petition that was on bribery. And the only fame I have in this country is that I petitioned the Constitutional Court in Mwanga Chivumbi versus the Attorney General, and it's a landmark judgment on the freedoms of assembly. And later on the Public Order Management Act, I went straight to the court and won. Therefore, I have nothing particularly against the judiciary or the Office of the Prosecutor. I wish them good luck. Right, Honorable Speaker, the reason why we have issues with, because of the long speak, I will not read verbatim. The reason why we have issues with, first of all, the first question I asked the Attorney General is, prosecutors, are they judicial officers? The answer is a firm no, they are not. The second question I asked, are they civil servants? The answer was yes. Now the question why we have issues with it is piecemeal exemption into the civil service. We are going to lead to a chain reaction where every other agency of government will come here and say, please exempt me. And it will lead to discrimination. You can imagine when you go to court, you have two agencies. You have the prosecutor and you have the state attorney. The state attorney under the office of the attorney general work alongside judges, work alongside state prosecutors. And in civil cases, we only find state attorneys. You want to exclude the state prosecutor and leave out the state attorney. First of all, they're all in the spaces of the general sector. So why do you do this discrimination?
Minister, Financial Minister, that's a very good observation. If we are considering DPP, then we should also have Attorney General's chambers. Go ahead.
So that is the first observation, that they are all in what they call a general sector. The second thing is, if you begin to exempt civil servants, you are going to have issues. And you know, institutions that have elaborated here that enjoy some level of exemption, then their own staff will also begin to say, please exempt us. And that will be counterproductive. The other one is, why are we paying tax in this country? It is not right. Tax is a civic duty of every working person to pay tax. Now, we are like saying it's only those who are voiceless, that lack proximity to power, have no powers of legislation, that should be the one paying tax. The other angle to it is that if you don't pay tax yourself, will you be vigilant to ensure that there is tax efficiency and effectiveness if you are a prosecutor when it is not your own money? So the other thing is, we are grappling with a case where we are dealing with lack of revenue. Let everyone play his part. Let people pay. I know the state prosecutor complain that they are not paid well. That's a case for salary enhancement. They should make a case for better pay. And they come here and we bracket them and give them salary enhancement. Even if they are special services. In this country, we have authorities where we are paying 40 million. We have other, but people pay tax. So let those who think they are not fairly paid come here for tax exemption. Two, there is no policy to guide us into this. Therefore, right, honorable colleagues, we should not start this chain reaction. I want to ensure we wish the state prosecutor, let Minister of Finance come here with a better pay package for that department. We shall consider it, but let them go ahead and pay their dues as civilized people. That's the number one issue I'm going to speak about. The second issue, which is for me, is on mobile money agent banking. Right, Honorable Speaker, who is in the mobile money agent banking? Common person. People who are starting life. They go to their uncles, they come to you, our sisters, give me an upstart. And they start a 2 million banking, 500. Secondly, there are so many districts, including mine, where there is not even a single ATM or a single branch of any bank. The only way we are finding the inclusion of the majority of Ugandans into the money formal sector is through agent banking. It is still an infant industry that needs to be supported. Burdening it with the tax at this time is counterproductive. Therefore, we've been progressive in our approach. Our approach has been true. There are some big players in that sector that are big and ought to pay tax. So we want for us to put threshold.
Okay.
We want for us to put threshold. Those who are real upstarting and really need affirmative action need to be supported, be exempted. Those that are within, and we put in the amendment, we are going to move an amendment and we shall give explanation. With the Israel, we say 0 rate, 5%, 10%, and 15%. And we are not saying don't go and tax them. We are saying those who are still upstarting, please let them grow, let them develop, let them be who they are. Those are the two issues, and at a committee level, we intend to move amendments to that effect. Let me call on Honorable Nandala Mafabi to speak to the other issue. Later on, Honorable Muhammad Sereko.
Thank you.
Can we
Thank you.
clap for Honorable Chivumbi? So, our shadow minister, thank you so much. Madam Speaker, I want also to concur in a bit of that if we're looking at jail sector, it would be very important for now, if we are going to take the DPPs, we should also look at the office of the Attorney General's chambers, because they all deals with that. But also, we need the government go back, because if we're talking of civil servants, let all civil servants what? Benefit.
But we can do it progressively.
We're progressive.
For now, we start with the DPP and the AG's chambers.
Madam Chair, I would want to give you one example. During our times, those years, if a teacher, a civil servant was sick, or he took a patient, somebody who is sick, will be given first priority to be treated. But nowadays, that's not the case. So, Madam Speaker, I am looking at clause 12 and clause 10. Clause 10, it is repealing the Principal Act, whereby where there were initial capital allowances, now they are saying there will be no initial capital allowances. Now, Madam Speaker, the reason of initial capital allowances was to accelerate capital allowances so that a person is told to leave Kampala, Mukono, and Entebbe to go and invest in Mbale, Gulu, outside 50 kilometers. That was the reasoning which was done. And if the Ministry of Finance has done data that it has certified that more people have gone up country, then you cannot come to clause 12 to deal with carry forwards. Colleagues, what is a carry forward in the tax? And I'm going to demonstrate simply. I have invested 4 billion shillings in Guru. In the first year, they say you are entitled to 100%. That means the 4 billion will be allowed as a deduction from my profit. Now I make 100 million as net profit. That's what I want to say. So as far as my business is concerned, I have made a profit of 100 million. But as far as taxes is concerned, you will knock off that 4 billion from the 100 million profit. And at the end, I'll end up with a taxable loss. The Minister of Finance is saying, since you have made a taxable loss, you should not enjoy it. You have made a law to allow me enjoy it in the first place. So it will take not less than maybe 15 years before I will exhaust that tax what? Allowance. Madam Speaker, the reason a taxable loss arises, one of them is because of the law of giving accelerated capital allowances. Now, since you have repealed that, then you don't need to go down and stop it. The reason is simple. They are saying people are cheating. We have equipped URA with people who are called tax auditors. And in the income tax under section 90, which talks about tax avoidance, and section 91, we have given URA a lot of powers to even reclassify some things, to disallow items, to deal with arm's length. So there's no reason where there's a competent tax collector who knows tax auditing who will fail to know either this one is cheating or is genuinely making a taxable loss. Madam Speaker, I want to tell members of parliament, a trading loss can happen. But I can have a trading profit, which I've explained, but at the end, because of these tax regimes, I end up in a taxable what? Loss. So the URA and my brother Musasizi is saying now, we should tax that loss. Madam Speaker, this thing has been around for 5 years.
And over the 5 years, it has been rejected. Now, since they are talking of Kenya, now we have repealed all capital allowances, which have been one of our main problems. I can assure you, the one who has been making 100 million will be able now to pay what? Tax. Because you make a trading profit, since it's not being given the accelerated capital allowances, the 100 million will be subjected to 30%. Madam Speaker, accelerated capital allowances is not a tax exemption. It is a deferment, which means that if I've made an industrial building, which should be given a 20-year, I am allowed all that expenditure in 1 year. That means if you spread it in 20 years, I would be only being allowed 5%. That means there will be some income to pay what? Corporation tax or income tax. So, Madam Speaker, since we have repealed Section 27A, which was bringing those accelerated allowances, it would be important that we first test it to confirm what is the problem. 2, Madam Speaker, if you decided to say you are assessing somebody losses, then we must change the law, which I'm repeating again. Instead of having it Income Tax Act, we should have Loss Tax Act. Yes, because we have stopped taxing income, we should come with a what? A Loss Tax Act. And Madam Speaker,
Honorable Nathan, did you try to explain like the way you're explaining in the committee? Because not all of us come from that background.
Madam Speaker, I want to go slowly.
Because if you did explain, it is something which is straightforward.
Madam Speaker, that's where we said, we know when we had agreed, we said, please, this one here, we told our chairman, but at least this one we should go to the committee. Since we have done allowable under section 10, under clause 10 of allowing 27A, you don't have to come back and bring it 12. And that's what we did. So, Madam Speaker, the explanation which I'm putting across is that if I am making a loss, taxable loss, it should not be treated as a trading loss. And somebody raised that people pay dividends. The dividends people pay, as far as my financial accounts are concerned, I have made a profit, I am free to pay dividends. But the tax loss is assessment because of the allowable deductions and the disallowable deductions by the tax laws. So, Madam Speaker, if I can demonstrate further, in the first year I can make 100 million, in the second year I can make 200 million, in the third year I can make 150, and it goes on progressive. But because the capital allowances which I was granted in the first year is being carried forward every now, it will be leading to a taxable loss. And if there's a problem in capacity and URA in this matter, let them come and declare, and we give them professionals to go and assist in this process. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, thank you. I just want to get a clarification from a chairperson of finance, now the minister. Do they tax losses? I just want to be educated.
Madam Speaker, let me give a little bit of background. We are saying you are a company, you report losses first year, second year, third year, up to infinity. And we are asking ourselves, if you are persistently making losses, why should you continue in operations? I want that question to be answered. And the moment we answer that question, then we can deal with how to move forward. Madam Speaker.
You know, there is what they call break-even point. Assuming you've not broken even, and you've started a business and you're making losses, must you be?
Madam Speaker, I want to repeat, we should not confuse a trading loss with a taxable loss. Madam Speaker, I want to repeat. I have income, I have expenses, I get a net profit of 100 million. As far as the financial is concerned, following the accounting standards, I have made a profit of what? 100 million. But because under section 27, it says the moment you invest outside Kampala, you are entitled to a capital what? Allowance, which is accelerated. So I have invested 4 billion. The moment I have 4 billion as my capital allowance, I'll get 100 million minus 4 billion. So I'll have a tax loss of 3.9. Yet I've made a profit of what? 100 million. I want us to be careful, members. There is a trading loss, he knows, and a trading profit. And he's a professional accountant, he knows. Now, Madam Speaker, now the break-even point.
I need an order. Yes, you finish.
Now the break-even point. Madam Speaker, everybody has his business line. I can say my break-even point might be 20 years. What does it mean? I have recouped all my capital what? Investment. But I'm writing it over a period of 20 years. But you, under the tax laws in Parliament, you have said no, for tax purposes, you write off your investment in 1 year. So I'll be making a profit, but there's a taxable what? Loss. So there are two things. There's a trading loss and a trading profit. There's a taxable income, and a taxable, loss.
Thank you. Herbert, on what Honorable Nathan has been, you're going to finish. Let's dispose of this.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
People need to understand the difference between an income and a loss, and when is a loss taxed.
Madam Speaker, my brother here, Honorable Nathan, is making one assumption that all businesses and companies are doing businesses in construction, in manufacturing, where they are allowed capital deduction. You can have a business where you don't necessarily be allowed to put those deductions. Now, one thing we need to understand, and this is what we discussed in the committee, that they are
Honorable Nathan.
Madam
Brian.
Speaker, you called the chair of the committee to present a report. You then allowed the minority report to be presented. We are about 75% covered with the minority report. The Honorable Nsereko was making the final presentation. The member who sought to raise a procedure issue, he actually come to debate what is being presented. Yet you have not called for a debate. Those of us who are following the report are lost. Is therefore that member in order? Member of the Finance Committee cause confusion by seeking to debate his own reports under the cover of raising an existing procedure. Is he in order?
Honorable member, the guidance I gave you is going to help you. Honorable Nathan Nandala raises a very pertinent issue, which we need to dispose of. Once we dispose of that issue of taxing losses, it will help us. So he was giving us information on what Honorable Nandala was saying. And then we will go and continue with the what? With the report with the Honorable Bodo. Yes, Nathan. Herbert.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Herbert, I'm going to give you, you're my brother, I'm going to allow. Madam Speaker, this is what we want to make a clarification.
And when people are talking about figures, for you, you keep quiet. You talk about cases.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the team of the ministry. They brought an example of a company that it has been making losses. And the example they brought was very easy. This company is outside Kampala. So whenever I think the equipment was becoming old, they will bring another one and claim new capital what? Allowances. Whereby 27A, which we have deleted, has dealt with. And Madam Speaker, under the law, ministry, that's Uganda Revenue Authority, under section 90, which I want members to read. Katesh, you know the section. 90 and 91. It authorizes URA to deal with such matters where people may ever exaggerate the price or changing to use their, whereby, for example, let me give an example. I have a company in Kenya. I have another one in Dubai. I am importing a Mercedes-Benz from Germany, but I have another one in Uganda. So what happens? The one of Germany invoices Dubai. The one of Dubai invoices Kenya. The one of Kenya invoices Uganda. But yet it is one what? One company. They know it. And you say, we know a Benz is $150,000. Why are you claiming $250,000? They know it. With even technology, these things are very easy. Now, for trading businesses, it's even more easier. I have bought 100 bags of cement. I have sold 100 bags of cement. I have made 1,000 shillings. It is easy to multiply. And I know how much is the gross profit after my expenses. I paid rent Katesh. I paid the electricity Umemes here. I paid the national waters here. I paid workers, the payroll is here. The negative is here. It is very clear to what? To see. So, Madam Speaker, nobody should bring any amount of pressure of knowledge than what I'm presenting. Because
Thank you. Can we have
what
one?
I'm saying, Madam Speaker, there's a trading loss, and a trading profit. A company will make a profit, but because of taxable purposes of allowances, will get a taxable what?
Thank you.
Loss.
Thank you. Can we have Mehdi?
I want to clarify. I will also
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Honorable members, my point of dissent and our point of dissent on this matter is on the issue of introduction in clause 16 of the Act of the bill, Income Tax Amendment Bill, introduction of a tax on non-resident digital providing companies or digital service providers. Now, honorable members, I'll do a summary since everything is with you. The role of this summary is to keep you abreast with what I'm talking about in very simple terms that are quick for us to explain to our electorates. Honorable members, we've introduced various taxes on digital platforms. Digital platforms are the havens where our people have gone in order to try and hammer out business out of the convention business. Technology has helped us in different ways with the IoT, what we call with the Internet of Things. Our accessibility and usage of the internet and the smart technology on smart platforms has enabled startups. Young people out of school create their own employment, start up small shops, and they want to promote their businesses through ads. Of course, the conventional system of advertisement only caters for the big players. Assuming we are all selling tiles, and I've started with a meager capital of about 2 million shillings or 500,000. There is no way I would compete with the manufacturer and the other players. The only way I have to go is to use either the social media platforms through acquisition of cheaper ads, and I request them to help me promote my product, whether within the boundary or transboundary. Now, the impact of this taxation
shall be that whatever tax that we impose on those companies, they'll factor in and definitely, incidentally, heap it on the backs of your own people. So at the end of the day, it will increase the cost of your operation of business. Who are the biggest beneficiaries? The young startups, players. You start a lodge in Arua of 2 rooms, you cannot advertise on NTV or on NBS. But you also want to tap into the tourists that come into this country. The only way to go is to buy either Google Ads, open up a website, get your data hosted by digital players, and have it promoted to different players, either through Instagram, Facebook, and others. The moment you increase tax on those non-resident digital players, they just pass it on. When they pass it on, you automatically limit me. I'll give you other modes of digital service platforms that are provided. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are using Zoom here. If I want to conduct classes on a bigger Zoom class, I have to go and pay up some premium in order to widen the coverage. And the moment that tax is heaped on them, it's transferred on to me. Therefore, this tax can be, one, it's very uncertain, and it defeats major canons of taxation. It's not equitable, it's discriminatory, and it's very uncertain. But also remember, we have young innovators within this same platform of our own. So you introduce this tax, it's retaliatory the other side. So you die with your platforms here. Therefore, honorable members, we are going into a space where our young people have labored to stand up, roll up, introduce business, and use the web as the safe haven from the, what we would call from the major advertising platforms that are already there in use, let's say TVs and radios. The other one is access to information. You limit it automatically because some of the big players will say, yes, this service is not available in your country. Why? Because of the unpredictable taxation policies that you have in your countries. Therefore, what am I saying? Let's do a further study on this tax. Let's see its impact on our people. Let's gather the data of how many users we have that are using these platforms for promotion of businesses through progressive advertisement.
Thank you, Onam, for yielding the floor. 3 issues for the bench of the House. One, the entire scheme of buying data cascades. Would you see envisage double taxation being occasioned in this case? Because, for example, if I'm going to do live streaming, I'm live streaming on already taxed data, and the bill tries to again tax me for that activity. Do you see that happen? That is one. Then 2, that we can, you're giving an example in this report of the Kenyan experience, that the rate is lower, and in our case, the rate proposed is 5%. The question is, did you share a survey in the committee as a premise for this proposal, or we are here in a casino to simply impose a rate?
Thank you, Right Honorable. We seem to be on a fishing expedition, definitely, because we did not conduct a survey. We were not given the chance, given the time. We asked for various questions of projections. Adequate projections were not given to us. Honorable members, when we are here to legislate on tax, we should make our countrymen aware what is our projection from what we are imposing onto them, so that they are certain that we are introducing a tax based on facts and statistics. The Ministry of Finance did not provide us with anything like this. So we are just on a fishing expedition trying to hunt out for taxes wherever they are with no adequate knowledge. We are not fed with the facts at all. That's why I asked for the following. Who has the facts on how many people are using promotive advertisement using digital platforms? 2, how many know the users of data services? Because, Right Honorable Speaker, for example, the Parliament of Uganda has certain data, and it's hosted somewhere, not in a Ugandan company. Let's say, for example, if you have data including files, pictures, and others, or you are a Minister of Finance of Uganda. In Uganda, we don't have a formidable data hosting service company. So you either keep it with Tata, AT&T, Digital Ocean, and those big companies or Amazon. At the end of the day, a small player like me, a small player, Right Honorable Speaker, in technology, starting up a small tech startup, if taxed, if the cost of hosting those digital services goes high, you will not have any young innovators. And I wanted to summarize by stating that, Right Honorable Speaker, these digital platforms are very important. We can talk about research and education. They are used by different professionals, and I've talked about a few in my report because of the time. I've talked about, for example, professional accountants rely on non-resident digital platforms, for example, QuickBooks, Wave, Zoho Books, etc. for reconciliation, forecast, expense tracking, and any other services. Architects rely on AutoCAD, SketchUp, Revit, Rhino, ArchiCAD, and many others. So we are talking of the few we know, but every single category, including sources of what we've heard of called AI, artificial intelligence, that help us generate data, reports, analytics, and algorithms quickly. For example, Right Honorable Speaker, now, not many people need to go and study a lot of technology to make applications. There are artificial intelligence tools which you feed data, but you have to pay for them. And it will produce for you an application or even a website in 20 minutes. So if we limit our people from accessing those platforms, limit our youngsters from using those artificial intelligence tools that produce graphics, that can produce movies, that can write scripts of songs, etc. They are making work easy, but if we make it hard through taxation, we are limiting our very own young population from creating their own streams of employment, and at the end of the day, the benefits from this tax are not as important as much as the benefit or the disadvantages of this tax outweigh the general benefits from not imposing this tax.
Thank you.
Therefore, Right Honorable Members, in conclusion, I enjoin you to completely reject this tax so that we conduct a study, including the entire parliament. We go down. Let's increase connectivity. Let us try as much as possible to see that there is data usage. Remove taxes on smartphones so that we have our people having access to technology and technological tools. Let us reduce on the taxes on internet bundles if we can, at the end of the day, to see that our people can download lectures, lessons, tools to use. You know, finally, Right Honorable Speaker, when you are giving a speech one time, you talked about availability of jobs on the internet, what we call remote employment. For remote employment to be there, you have to rely on the digital tools abroad in order for you to perform work when you're seated here and perform work for companies that are abroad. How shall we do it when the law said the cost of data is high and I'm now paying tax for such a service? At the end of the day, this tax should be rejected, Right Honorable Members. It's detrimental, it's not well studied, and it's not beneficial to society. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, you want to respond to what has been said? No, let Chair make a clarification.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'd like to clarify that we are referring regarding the office of the DPP and the employment of their income. We are referring...
That one is sorted. That one is sorted. That one is sorted. Go to another one.
Okay. Okay, and I can give information that we are talking about 300 prosecutors.
That is not anything for debate. We are going to have DPP and AG's office. Next.
The next one on taxation on digital platform, we are not targeting individuals. Actually, the committee had some reservation about it, but the tax is not targeting individuals. It is targeting the companies themselves, the providers of the services. The fear is that they may pass that tax on to the individuals. That's the, and also I can give information that although the Ministry of Finance did not provide the data, the witnesses who appeared before the committee provided the data. And they gave us the data on the provision of the service in Kenya, the provision of service in Tanzania, and a number of other East African countries.
But I thought the witnesses are interested parties.
Motion.
And we received no objection, Madam Speaker. The argument was about the rate, whether it should be lower or whether it should be the 5%.
Right Honorable Speaker, the chairperson for finance is clearly stating that he did not receive an objection from one of the witnesses. The report you have clearly says that liberal advocates appeared and stated that the tax will be detrimental and it should be dropped. And now you're here saying that everyone that came said that the tax was okay. The only people that said that the tax was okay were the technical officers from the Ministry of Finance. Without research, and we asked for stats, which they did not have. Now, the issue, why we are here on the floor of Parliament is to persuade. State your case for the tax. I've stated mine against the tax. So what is your case for the tax?
Honorable Minister. I'm coming. Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I want to begin by thanking Honorable Sereko for his case. I also would like to make my case in support of digital services tax with the following points. Point number one is that the digital services tax is targeting the non-resident companies, protect the local players that provide similar services. Madam Speaker,
there's a procedure. I thought you should have allowed him to finish for you to understand what he meant. Then you
Madam
give a
Speaker,
rebuttal.
The point of procedure I'm trying to raise, actually, I want to understand him better. My honorable colleagues who disputed the earlier submissions they had made, even in the committees, we are requesting the minister to present a form. I thought he was moving to his files to lay on table
The research,
basis of this tax.
The research which gives him a basis of that percentage.
Yeah, he was going to lay on table an authority. I am here seeing him flying his small pieces of paper. Is he proceduralized?
Now, I've not seen any paper flying. You see, when you get it to Bachiga arguing. Honorable Eddie.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the issue of digital tax did not drop from heaven, and it's not true for Honorable Sereko to say that nothing was shared with the committee. We did advise the committee that the 50th East African Revenue Authorities meeting
Is that okay?
Madam Chair, what I had said is that clause 6 is a consequential deletion arising from the previous deletion of clauses because it touches on the collective investments. But the report of the committee, which is on record, attempts now to smuggle the exemption of the staff of the office of the DPP under clause 6, which is irregular and otherwise should be a new.
So can we make a new insertion?
That's how it's supposed to be.
So you insert, you frame it. They deleted this one. We're on clause 6. Well, I'm putting a question on clause 6 deletion. I put a question that clause 6 be deleted as proposed by the minister. Those in favor say under control nay. Guys have it.
Clause 7.
Question is on deletion. Is that okay? I put a question that clause 7 be deleted as proposed by the minister. Those in favor say under control nay. Guys have it.
Clause 8.
No, clause 9. 9. For deletion.
Deletions only. Okay. Clause 9. I thought clause 8 would just put a.
Clause 8 has no amendment. I put a question that clause 8 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under control nay. Guys have it.
Clause 9.
Clause 9, I put a question that clause 9 be deleted as proposed by the minister. Those in favor say under control nay. Guys have it.
Clause 10.
Clause 10, the deletion. Clause 10, I put a question that clause 10 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under control nay. Guys have it.
Clause 11.
Clause 11. I put a question that clause 11 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under control nay. Guys have it.
Clause 12.
Clause 12 stands part of the bill. Clause 12. I put a question that clause 12.
Chair, on clause 12, and following the debates that have been made here by Honorable Katesh, Honorable Nandala Mafabi, the fact that we have repealed section 27 under clause 10, it now collapses the proposal under clause 12, because section 27 that we had repealed was an incentive. In summary, it was just an incentive that allowed for that deduction. Now that you have done away with that incentive, there is no need now to cap the losses, because we have agreed in principle that there is nothing called income tax on a loss. It is not there worldwide practice. So I propose that clause 12 be deleted as a result of the consequence of deleting 10.
Clause 12.
Madam Chair,
In your report, it is deleted. Clause 12.
Madam Chair, we are saying we are not dealing with losses per se. Honorable Katesh was very clear and raised fundamental questions. We are dealing with instances of tax planning. These are tax planners who hide under the law to avoid the taxes. Honorable Katesh also raised an issue of what other incentives are available. These companies already have a tax holiday. They enjoy clarification here.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You have stated that there are companies that do tax planning, they are taking advantage of a certain law. Would you tell us which law, so that we can now deal with that law, that specific clause where they are hiding? It is what we can amend.
Madam Chair, if I'm clear what the minister is saying. No, just a clarification. No, a clarification. I've also followed. Yes, I'm your big boy. I'm your boy.
Honorable members, what are you debating on? Are you the committee has already recommended a deletion. I am saying the committee, not the minister. Delete clause 12. Honorable Kefa, you are the chair.
No, clause 12. Clause 12, we are inserting a new sub-clause immediately after the proposed 5A to read as follows. 5B. The minister may, with the approval of Parliament, extend the period of 5 years deferred to in subsection 5A. And the justification.
Honorable Kefa, you're in which clause? Clause 12. Clause 5 was deleted. A and C was deleted. So which one are you referring to? Let's first give him time to. Clause 12. Can I have clause 12, the chair? Yes.
Thank you so much. Madam Chair, the bill that was brought by Minister of Finance, it intends to amend section 38, section 38(5), and they wanted to amend to amend 5A. They were saying we amend section 38 of the Principal Act by inserting immediately after subsection 5, we insert 5A. Now the committee is adding after 5A, it's adding 5B. So it's all under clause 12. No, they're not. We're not deleting.
The minister has deleted
Madam Chair, they deleted clause 5 of the bill that we are dealing with, but we are dealing with clause 38 of the Principal Act, subsection 5. You read your act. Do you have an act with you? Okay, check the Principal Act, section
where
38.
is the insertion?
Madam Chair, let's check clause 38 of the Principal Act. If you have the Income Tax Act. Yeah, no. Clause 38, it talks about carrying forward losses. Then there is a subsection 5, which says subsection 1 shall apply separate to income derived from sources in Uganda and outside. Then now the committee, the minister, brought a subsection to that, which is 5A. 5A. Yes, 5A.
Honorable members.
And then we are also adding 5B. We're adding 5B. So it's 38 5A and 38 5B.
I have the floor, Madam Chair.
We are looking at section 12.
You can see why, Madam Chair, we demanded that these laws being introduced, they be introduced with a thorough study. You can see how ugly they are looking. Madam Chair, why we are proposing that this clause should be deleted. A company can continue to make losses even above the 5 years. For instance, recently we had a COVID striking this country. Companies up to now, the studies that have come up indicate that they will carry the effect for even 12 years, even more than 12 years.
Honorable members, when you look at the justification that was given by the committee, that the provision discourages capital-intensive investment that ordinarily take long to realize profits after years of accumulating losses, or later discourage companies from undertaking significant capital investment to expand existing operation. That is a justification. Honorable Amos, do you have something to say? No, let me hear from Amos. Let me hear from Amos.
Madam Chair, it's a challenge for me because I'm an advocate of investment into this country, the accumulation, capital accumulation in the country. So I beg you that I don't comment.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, Madam Chair, just from your communication or about the accumulated losses, the question I would want to pose to Honorable Musasi about taxing these losses.
It's
here.
called Musasizi.
Honorable Musasi, yes, from Kabali. What, Rubanda, what would happen to a company like Rocco that you came to what it said because he has been making losses if you won't charge those losses? If you tax the losses?
That would even take you to NEC Industries. Has it ever made any profits?
Madam Chair.
I am following what is on the report. This was deleted with a good what? Justification.
Madam Chair, we believe in our points. The strong points we have made, we have stretched enough to convince Parliament. And it's now up to Parliament to make a decision.
Move the amendment.
Yeah, Madam Chair, on clause 12, which is the report we do have, I seem not to see any deletion, but what is reading here is about amendment of section 38 of the Principal Act. I would really want to implore your indulgence to get back to if this report is what all of us we do have as members, and we can be able to proceed. There's no deletion of clause 12.
Madam Chair.
Chair, give us what is your position?
Madam Speaker, in my opinion, and on the opinion of the committee, we are inserting a new clause. And that's what we are doing in clause 12. We are maintaining. So instead of becoming 5A, 5B as we are saying here, is 5, clause 5, because clause 5 was deleted.
Madam Chair, I want to do some small corrections. I think our colleague, Honorable Afujo, Africa. Thank you very much. Near Honorable Musira, my brother. Africa. Clause is bringing up, the minister was raising on it and he's saying we should make a decision. And Madam Chair, you did very good to call Honorable Gorobi, because Honorable Gorobi has been one of the minority movers on this for the last time until he went to Ministry of what? Finance. And we're lucky that we're still around. Otherwise, 5 times has elapsed. And I want to thank Madam Chair, the Attorney General of Uganda. This Attorney General, I think, for the first time I've been around, is the most bright Attorney General. Yes, that's true. Colleagues, you haven't seen. We had Makubuya here. Makubuya would make an opinion in the morning. At lunchtime, another one. In the evening, by the following day, has made 5 opinions. Nyombi was here. If you leave him in the corridor, another one. On the steps, another one. So, in the canteen, another one. So, and he has been always guiding everybody very well. So, Honorable Keke, I am not doing it that some people talk about people when they have died. Me, I'm talking to you when you're still what? Alive. So, Madam Chair, Madam Chair, Article clause 12, which my colleague was raising, is where we are having an issue. And clause 12
On the losses.
on the losses.
Now, what chair is saying on clause 12, he is introducing.
So, Madam Chair, before what you are raising, you have said what my brother Musasi is complaining about. A few minutes, you have dealt with deletion of, repealing clause 27A, which is under clause 10. And this is dealing with capital allowances, which are accelerated, initial and whatever. And when they ask you what exemptions are you talking about, you should have said, we have repealed it because these were the ones which were leading to accessible losses. Madam Chair, this and the colleagues, which clause 12 is talking about assessed losses, not trading losses. It is talking assessed losses, not trading losses. And you can, we have stated it, and I want to thank Akatesh for raising up. The reason why we are giving initial allowances was to allow industries to move Kampala to go and invest there and create employment in those areas. If I'm employed in a company in Mbale, I will pay as you earn.
Honorable Nandala, can you bring the amendment as it is?
Oh, Madam Chair, the amendment I'm bringing, that clause 12 be deleted. The justification is that one, you cannot tax losses unless you bring what we call a tax, loss tax act. That's number one. Number two, a taxable loss is different from a trading loss because a taxable
Honorable
loss.
Minister,
And three, the capital allowances which were under section 27A have now been amended and removed. So you cannot remove allowances now. Now you come and say, because I was benefiting through the allowances, and now you are moving the allowances.
Honorable Minister.
And it has been around for 5 years.
Madam Chair, in the spirit of cohesion and moving forward, I concede.
Thank you. Thank you. It must be a give and take. Honorable members, on both sides, it must be a give and take. I put a question that clause 12 be delisted as proposed. Those proposed by Honorable Nandala. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
Clause 13. Clause 13 is one of the one you deleted.
Madam Chair, procedure issue.
Yes.
Madam Chair, you have said give and what? Take. Under clause 10, we gave in.
What did you give?
Initial capital allowances
okay.
were now removed. Now we're going. So, Madam Chair.
Chairman doesn't talk law a lot. Clause 13 is on deletion, not so. I put a question that clause 13 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14
is on a deletion. Are we together? I put a question that clause 14 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
15 is on deletion. Minister, are we together? I put a question that clause 15 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 16.
Clause 16.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we've agreed to delete and carry out a study on this provision and come back next financial year with a proper study.
AG, you're the one who was negotiating.
Yeah, right, Honorable Speaker. I'm persuaded by the submission of Honorable Nsereko that the definitions as provided here may extend past the remit of where we would like this law to go. And because of this ambiguity in the definitions of data services and what kind of services we are looking to tax, we are proposing that this be dropped and at the appropriate time we'll bring back, after with some study, we'll bring it back.
I put a question that clause 16 be deleted. Finance. Can I hear from finance?
Madam Chair, I agree with the Attorney General.
I put a question that clause 16 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
17. Chair, do you have an amendment? Does it?
Madam Chair, the committee recommends that it's deleted.
Minister?
That clause 17 is deleted, and the justification to avoid the practical challenges of consumers withholding tax on digital services, which would transfer liability to them in the event of failure to withhold.
17.
Madam Chair, this is a consequential amendment, and since we have already deleted clause 16, automatically 17 also goes.
Uh, 17. I put a question that clause 17 be deleted. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 18.
18.
It's the same, Madam
I
Chair.
put a question that clause 18 be deleted as proposed by the committee. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
19.
19 is the same.
I put a question that clause 19 be deleted as proposed by the committee. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 20.
Clause 20.
Clause 20, and the reason it's the same. And the reason why we're deleting these clauses, the committee was not availed information on the operationalization of this clause.
I put a question that clause 20 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 21.
Clause 21. Clause 21.
Madam Speaker, we have an insertion in the clause 21, but I don't know whether it will come as a new clause. Now, the insertion is about the office of the DPP.
I thought that one is coming as a new clause. Which one did we delete?
Is maintained. Because from 20, it is not saying which means it was maintained. 22 was maintained.
Clause 21.
Clause 21 is deleted.
Is
I put a
deleted.
question that clause 21 be deleted as proposed by the committee. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 22.
Clause 22. A deletion. Chair. I put a question that clause 22 be deleted as proposed by the minister. Those in favor say to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 23.
23. Chair. Clause 23.
Madam Speaker, we don't have clause 23 on our list.
Honorable Minister, do you have anything on 23? You don't have.
Right, Honorable Chair, this clause, we agree that it remains as it is in the bill.
I put a question that clause 23 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
24.
The insertion of section 1181 in the Principal Act. The committee recommends that it's deleted.
Yes.
Clause 24 is deleted. And the justification for this is a consequential amendment to clause 5.
I put a question that clause 24 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Let's have it.
Clause 25.
25.
Clause 25.
Honorable Amos, what we are deleting is what was proposed by the minister for a deletion. So we didn't want it to be deleted at committee level. It had to come to the House for a formal deletion. Yes.
Section, okay. Clause 25 is substituted with the following amendment of section 122 of Principal Act. Section 122 of the Principal Act is amended by inserting immediately after the paragraph AB the following. AC in bracket, tax has been withheld under section 118G and 118F. And the justification for this is to expand the application of tax on commissions to agents carrying on agent banking and making the withholding tax on commissions and final tax. That's clause 25, Madam Chair.
Clause 25, Honorable Chivumbi.
It collapsed. Honorable.
Clause 25, Honorable Minister.
Clause 25 has things to do with the collective investment schemes.
Yes.
And the fact that we deleted it earlier, this one is also
Deleted. I put a question that clause 25 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Let's have it.
Clause 26.
Clause 26. Clause 26. Clause 26 remains part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Let's have it.
Clause 27.
27. Clause 27 remains part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Let's have it.
Clause 28.
Clause 28.
Honorable Chair, clause 28 is where we are dealing with the issues of mobile money agents. Yes. 28 is not on betting.
28 is one of the deleted ones. 28 is deleted by
Not
by
the whole
minister.
of it. Not the whole of it.
Was it deleted?
B and C was deleted.
I would have deleted it.
Madam Chair, we remain 28. It's 28B and 28C that's deleted. And E. Oh, yes, and 20 and 28.
It is 28 B, C, and E.
Yeah, B, C, and E. Correct,
Yes.
Madam. No.
What is deleted is 28 B, C, and E.
Right, Honorable Speaker, that is what the minister deleted, but 28A now becomes a consequential amendment as a result of dropping the issues on digital taxation. So also A needs to be dropped.
B is already dropped. Yes.
So the whole thing gets dropped.
Yes. Honorable Minister, so the whole 28 is dropped. Can we 28? A?
Madam Chair,
A and D.
Our initial proposal was to delete B, C, and E.
Yes.
Now, with the drop of digital services, also
A collapses.
A collapses. So it becomes A, B, C, E.
E.
D stands.
Then D.
D stands.
What does D say?
D is on part X by deleting the word or gaming. Yes.
That one should remain. Yes.
Right. Right Honorable Chair. In the other bills that we'll be addressing, the gaming tax, withholding tax on gaming was removed. And it has been placed under one tax, a full tax of just gaming tax. So the withholding tax that is going to be handled here is only in respect to betting. So there'll be 15% on betting. So the proposal here is to part 10 to read, the withholding tax rate applicable to winnings from betting is 15%. So we'd like to delete all gaming.
So it remains the same.
No, but remove gaming. Madam
No,
Chair.
there is no amendment on that one. There is no amendment. It stands part of the bill. Those in favor say, and to a contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Next.
Title.
We have an insertion.
Madam Chair, we have two insertions, which the minister and chairman, sorry, because but the chairman was still.
Can we have an insertion?
The insertion I know of, Madam.
The new clause.
Is insertion, a new clause in the bill to amend section 21 of the Principal Act to read as follows. Amendment of section 21 of Principal Act. Section 21 of the Principal Act is amended by inserting immediately after paragraph 2A the following. The employment income of prosecutors in the office of the Director of Public Prosecution.
The office of DPP and Attorney General.
Madam Chair.
To avoid discrimination.
If we have brought DPP's office, state attorneys, so then state attorneys in the office of the AG should be included on the what?
Yes.
Yes.
The list. Madam Speaker. Madam Chair, I want to propose an insertion because we need to cater for, if we are talking about science, they are catered for rata in all sectors, agriculture, where. So we are talking about lawyers who are educating our, Madam Chair, I need your attention. Honorable Musassis and the Pachuso should not delay our chair. Madam Chair, you know, when you start a game, you should know it's the way it goes. When you start the issue of deletion, you start the issue of what, we need to know that we're also there. Madam Chair, I want to propose that an amendment, we insert on section 21 of Principal Act. And Madam Chair, I need your attention, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, section 21 of the Principal Act be amended by inserting immediately after paragraph AA the following, that the employment of income of Madam Chair, I need your attention.
Madam Chair,
I need your attention, Madam Chair.
Honorable members,
Madam Chair,
honorable members, there's a procedural matter.
Madam Chair, before I raise the procedural issue, Madam Chair, I want to draw your attention and the attention of Parliament to Article 93. Article 93 says Parliament shall not, unless the bill or the motion is introduced on behalf of government, proceed upon a bill, including an amendment bill that makes provision for any of the following: the imposition of taxation or the alteration of taxation otherwise than by reduction, the imposition of a charge on the consolidated fund, and I don't have to continue. Any proposal that does not fit means if the Honorable Musasizi, who is hiding his face by mask, can listen.
Can we hear from Honorable Musasizi?
You allowed me to raise the procedure, Madam.
You're still on the...
Yes. So by drawing the attention of you, Madam Chair and Parliament, and reminding you of the earlier ruling of court when I took this Parliament as an institution to court, you cannot at this stage bring officers in the office of the Attorney General into this. You cannot. You will be offending Article 93. We therefore go back to the same proposal to avoid being unconstitutional. Allow this government to go. If you want to enumerate your staff, please study and then don't look shabby. You have already caused the problem with arts versus science. Now you are picking some lawyers of some department against the other lawyers of another department. Madam Speaker, my proposal is to delete and forget about any insertion until that has done comply with Article 93 of the Constitution.
Honorable Minister, Honorable...
Madam Chair, that's true. Before the minister comes,
before the law comes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, my boss comes. Madam Chair, what Honorable Semuja has read, other than by reduction, please, I want to deal with the reduction. You see, they say you cannot impose other or alteration other than by a reduction. The moment you are saying you are reducing a tax from 10 to 5 to nil, you are not offending the what? The Constitution. Because a reduction can be some amount or zero. So that's what I wanted to make very clear. Two, if you are talking about people who are jealous, I think the right thing to deal with is if we have agreed this to deal with jealous, let us deal with what? Jealous. If we have this to allow the DPP's office, it will be very good to allow also state attorneys in Attorney General's chambers to also what? Benefit. Then next year, you can bring IGG, Attorney General. Then the other year, you can bring health and agriculture. And we go like that.
But all of them are under jealous sector.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair. Only that the Honorable Semuju papers his submission with the banter that sometimes makes them disappear. He makes a point. And I don't know, the Land Attorney General is very keen on the fact that this particular proposal was an alien introduction to the bill by the committee and not government. And therefore, the addition was not by the Minister of Finance. And my question...
No addition is from Minister of Finance.
No, if I read right, the minority report, which I thought was factual, this was an alien introduction into the committee by the chairperson when he received a memoranda from the DPP. Appearing as a witness.
Can we get a clarification, because I got a copy from finance?
Right, Honorable Chair. It is true, the petition came to you and referred it to the committee. When the committee received the petition and in the process of handling, they invited us to make our comment and we conceded. Therefore, in effect, it became part of our proposals as government.
Yeah, I take his submission in good faith. The beauty is that this is now the committee of the whole house that extends its mandate and has latitude to reject or accept. But the point I'm making is that this for me is a precedent for some form of legislative anarchy. What did you prepare for as finance? Because now we are introducing prosecutors, we are bringing in we're saying that if prosecutors are there, then we should also have the entire jailers, even Attorney General, now IGG. So what did you prepare for that we can properly legislate and avoid this kind of anarchy and stop acting like speculators in the market? What did you prepare for that you think is adequate, is actually appropriate, is acceptable, and do not make us look funny? You have the chairperson here wanting to do things right, but the minister must tell us what's ready for, that we can be here to help him do his job.
Thank you, Lord. Minister, Honorable Minister, if you're not, Honorable Minister,
Madam Chair.
we are not deleting. It is a new insertion, and Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, the law has been talking about phasing this intervention. And indeed, for some time we have been phasing it. We phased for parliament, we phased for judiciary, and we phased for police, prison, and now we are almost covering the entire jails. This time it is
Honorable members.
This time it is now DPP. And we beg that the House allows us at the next phase to analyze the data for state attorneys.
I have not given you to speak. Honorable members, now you're going to make me put a question. Let me hear from the Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair,
from this side.
To assume, Madam Chair, you see the question, the giant animal, the giant elephant, Chair, from the submission of Honorable Minister Ugolobi.
Yeah, the procedure issue I am raising. When this petition was brought, the Honorable Ugolobi was in Ruzira. So how can he come here and say that they are the ones who are facing? He was not in the committee because he was in Ruzira.
Honorable members, can I hear from Honorable Duru? Hey, you have not finished.
No, I had not said anything. Chair, I think.
Now, when you all stand up like that, that's when I will put a question.
Chair, the point we are making, and I think Honorable Ugolobi has opened our eyes, is that this is a cascaded way of exemption, given that to be true. The question is, what policy, what research will that have consequently on the tax tax revenue of the country. Because you need a study. How much will this impact in the long run? So in Uganda, who will consequently pay? Who will be paying? If everybody will consequently be out, so who will be paying? So that's why we are saying this guesswork, gambling on fundamental things, it is guesswork. Do you have any research? How much, consequently, how much revenue shall we use if all are exempted? Two, Honorable Gorobi, as you have said, consequently, the whole thing falls through. Is that you have no policy, you have no plan, you have nowhere to start, where to stop, who to include, who to exclude. So the whole thing looks shabby, given that even some of you should not be contributing.
Madam Chair.
How was it done? How was the research done?
Madam Chair, I'm on a point on procedure. Having listened to the minister and the discussion, the point of procedure I'm raising is anchored on Rule 129, sub-rule 3 and 4. That before we even entertain this discussion, the minister should own up that amendment. Because the rules, the rules state that the committee must confine itself and any other amendment must be made by the mover. So the minister is here.
He has owned it.
So for us, let him move the amendment. If he moves the amendment, we shall not offend the rules and there's a possibility of the House debating. So that should be the first, and then we can move.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's first have this one sorted, then you come. Wait. You wait. Let's first move this one.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that a new clause be inserted to read as follows. Section 21 of the Principal Act. Amendment of Section 21 of the Principal Act. Section 21 of the Principal Act is amended by inserting immediately after paragraph 2A the following: the employment income of a prosecutor in the office of the Director of Public Prosecution.
For members, I put a question, the new insertion be approved. Those in favor say on the contrary.
Procedure.
The ayes have it.
Procedure, Madam Chair.
The ayes have it.
Title.
Procedure, Madam Chair.
Title.
Procedure.
Another amendment?
Yeah, Madam Chair, for the amendments.
The way I hate senior people getting up and saying procedure. You leave Tinker first to bring its procedure matter. You know, you're teaching these young people
Madam Chair, why we are insisting on this procedure. I was here in the last parliament. One of our colleagues, I think he's from somewhere in Bugiri. He attempted to introduce, yes, Honorable Gasta, he attempted to introduce
on the floor
of the House.
Yes, not at committee.
Even in the committee, because it was part of the report.
No. I was also
he
in this
attempted
house
to introduce an amendment in extending the term of parliament from 5 years to 7 years. This matter found its way in the Constitutional Court and consequently in the appeal number 2 of 2018. A decision was maintained that a matter which was not part of the bill cannot be smuggled in a bill, and it is the same attempt, Madam Chair, that you have tried to do on the floor of the House. Yes, I agree. We want cascading exemptions, tax exemptions, but we are asking a fundamental question to the minister, which has not answered. Give us the impact of these tax exemptions
And also the policy.
and the policy. Who is going first? Who is coming next? Not just jumping. I will not be part of this, Madam Chair, and that's why I raised.
Honorable Tinker.
I raised a point of procedure.
Honorable Tinker, since you're not going to be part of this, please go to court. Title.
So, Madam Chair, there are two things. One, since we have brought an amendment, Madam Chair, there are two more amendments which need to be done. And I think our chairperson was overwhelmed. After closing.
Procedure before your amendment. Madam Chair, the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Musasisi moved an amendment. We had expected that amendment to be subjected to seconders. No one seconded this amendment. So we would have done it procedurally. Well, we want to avoid gaps. So Honorable Musasisi moved amendment, which was not seconded. So I think we need to cure these weaknesses.
I asked, unless if you're thinking about Casilo.
No.
I asked. Honorable, do you have another insertion? In your report, there is an insertion which Honorable Nandala is raising. Do you have another insertion?
Madam, we have no insertion, but
Honorable
Nandala may have an insertion.
Madam Chair, I don't have any. You see, if you read 27B, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, if you remember.
27B,
27B.
unrecovered capital allowances.
It is there.
And it was deleted. 27B was deleted.
Yeah, 27A was deleted.
Yes. 27 was deleted.
Yes, 27A.
No, it is 27, the whole thing. Yes.
Right,
Honorable Semuju, first wait.
Honorable colleagues.
Wait.
Honorable colleagues.
First wait.
I just want to allay the members' fears and to probably directly answer Honorable Semuju. There is no offense by Parliament moving under Article 93 to introduce an amendment which is by a reduction of tax. Honorable colleagues, the decision in the case of Center for Public Interest Law versus Attorney General, which was challenging that very same point on the movement of the amendment on the allowance of members of Parliament, was set out today. And that was the point that today, the decision is here. It was issued today. So we are well within, so long as we are well within, so what the committee has done can be done. So I'm requesting members to just to allay those fears. As long as it's by way of reduction, it can be done. I beg to submit.
Madam Chair, let me make a correction. Madam Chair, the correction I'm making under clause 10.
Just hold on, Semuju, you'll come after.
Under clause 10, you recall we repealed clause 27A. And when we repealed clause 27A, it meant that all those who have been qualifying for initial allowances stop. Now, there are those who have already got and they have not recovered them. That's where, Mr. Chairman, it was put in that we would introduce 27B, which deals with unrecovered capital allowances. No, 27A was, Madam Chair, under clause 10, 27A was repealed. Under 27, yes, it was repealed. Clause 10, Madam Chair, I'm looking at clause 10, whereby repeal of section 27A of the Principal Act. The Principal Act is amended by repealing section 27A. And section 27A is dealing with initial capital allowances. Are we together, Madam Chair? Now, that's why 27B came in to be inserted to take care of those who were granted the national capital allowances, but have not yet benefited complete from them. So that now the balance which was remaining, this was discussed with the Attorney General in the meeting, to be now treated over the life of the asset using the normal depreciation rate under Schedule 6 of the, Schedule 6 of the Income Tax Act. That was it. Just for correction.
Chair.
So, yes.
Chair, did you see that in the report?
Chair, there was an omission. We deleted clause 9, but we should have inserted a new clause in the bill.
Yes.
27B about unrecovered capital allowances. Can I insert it now,
Yes.
Madam? Insertion of new clause in the bill. The
Oh,
bill is amended.
You first allow Honorable Semujo to bring his procedure.
The bill is amended by.
Thank you very much,
First allow Semujo.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. When we finished the bill, consideration of the referral by the president, you said and commended the unity in this parliament. We now have a matter that threatens to undermine that unity. Legislation is a process. That's why you begin by presenting bills for first reading, certificate of financial implication. The idea is that things must be done orderly, and at least even if I disagree with you, I must respectfully disagree. What, Madam Speaker, is taking place is a mob by the Attorney General and the Honorable Musasizi. This bill came from you. You are the one who issued the certificate of financial implication. Midway the process, you are saying, okay, if the committee is proposing, we also agree. Really, that is it. Madam Speaker, and you have presided over this parliament, we have had disagreement, you've taken them to your office. My proposal is to stand over these matters. We go and consult further and then pass a bill when we are as united, as you said in the earlier instance, Madam Speaker.
Procedure. Madam Speaker.
All right, Honorable Speaker. If we have points of disagreement, we have no inability to state them. And I think you must be applauding us for accepting the wisdom that you may have to bring up along when we come to the House. If indeed the executive had the sole mandate to make legislation, there will be no point in coming here. So we come here to borrow some of the wisdom which we may not have on the executive side. And indeed, when we find that the parliament has given us some wisdom, we buy it. And where we disagree, we disagree. Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the issue of the DPP's waiver of their tax had been discussed in the executive 2 years ago and was left behind. And as the committee chair reported, they brought that petition to the committee. And the Minister of Finance did concede and made adequate provision for that.
Clarification.
I beg that members, we do proceed on that basis in a unified way. I beg to submit.
Honorable Chair, can you make the insertion?
Insertion of a new clause in the bill. The bill is amended by inserting a new clause immediately after clause 11 to read as follows: 27B, unrecovered capital allowances and the covered capital allowance which were granted as initial allowances under the repealed section 27A for accelerated depreciation may be recovered over the useful life of the asset of the depreciation rate prescribed in 6th schedule to the Act. Justification to allow for recovery of the capital expenditure. I beg to report.
Is that seconded? Honorable Chivombi?
We concede. We agree.
Finance first.
I agree with the committee position.
AG?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I just need to report that we had a discussion about this matter. If you accept the unrecovered capital allowances at this time, it would have been, this insertion would have been relevant if we had stopped the carry forward. But the carry forward has now been dropped. So
now, instead of going to carry forward those big capital allowances, they are now going to be put on the useful time of the asset. It is helping you. Sir, we want to collect taxes. So now, instead of going with 3.9 billion, you will divide over the remaining 20 years, you will carry on 180 going forward. So it will be helpful to you. This is a very good close for you and for this country, Uganda.
Madam Chair, the challenge you are having and the challenge that convinced us to drop the other item is how do you change a person's tax regime midstream? If a person was already given a tax, a recovery on capital allowances, and he's exercising them along the way, and he was given 10 years, for example, how can you come in the 5th year and change the treatment of that? That is what convinced us to drop the other part, that when you change this tax regime, a person who has been recovering his items over the years, now you, so that's where my problem is. What would be the legal consequence of changing? And I think that would be a negative legal consequence.
So, so how would you want it to be?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, what they convinced us on is that, and I agree, that you cannot change the treatment of a tax of a person's accounts midstream. Now, if you include this, then a person will challenge this, that I had arranged my tax in this manner, and now you are changing it midstream. I propose that it be dropped so that we have consistency in argument.
I think he's correct.
Yeah, I just want to say, because some of these taxes, we give them to our investors. Now, if an investor had been given, it's going to disrupt, because if you had been given for 10 years, I think I want to consider, and I think that the Attorney General has a point for those who have already got it for a specified period for as an incentive.
Concede.
Madam Chair, I'm constrained to concede because I want to seek his opinion. If we were making any other law, we would have inserted what we call transitional clause to save the prior situation. Because this law starts. Yeah, so I wanted the guidance from the Attorney General, because we have to save those ones, and I understand him, what he's raising, that there was a tax regime that has been ongoing, but because you have now repealed the legal anchorage, that section 27 that people are relying on, there must be something drafted to say you can, for those who had already been given, they can continue. I think that would cure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right Honorable Chair, with the deletion of section 27A in this amendment on initial allowances, the people who are sitting with these initial allowances at this time will get to a point at the end of their life and it will cease. So there'll be, because you can't give it now, after this amendment, you can't give it. So there's no transition. But the people who already have it will go through the life of their existence, and once it ends, that's it.
Madam Chair, given that, I think we concede. Because the Attorney General said that we can't change somebody's.
So what do we?
So, Madam Chair, Since it has not been part of the bill already.
We drop it.
We drop it. But I want to move,
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there's a further amendment. We have amended for the office of DPP. SG, Anthony, I'm not doing it because you are here. Let us also put Attorney General's what? Chamber. Madam Chair, it will be very bad for, we're sitting here. So I want to move an amendment that also the office of the Attorney General.
Honorable members. Honorable members. I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Right,
Musomesa, you first sit. Musomesa, you sit.
Right, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. I like the energy you put in saying nay. I wish you could be using that energy in your constituency. It will make you to come back to Parliament.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the report from the Committee of the whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the whole House. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Income Tax Amendment Act 2023.
Bill passed and title settled. Thank you. Honorable members, tomorrow, government will need a report from you on the girls that were tortured as a first item on the order paper. I'm sorry, on the MPs, on the women MPs who were tortured and the action that has been taken by government. So I will expect the Minister of Presidency, the Minister of Internal Affairs, and the Minister of Defense to be here. You see what has happened today? An army man shoots a minister. Now these army men are beating our girls. Now they have started shooting. So the question is, are we safe? Are we safe? So we need an explanation to that effect. We will continue with the tax bills tomorrow. I now adjourn the House to 2 tomorrow.